Have here myself, Skully. We have Gate Guardian 44, and we have Massus.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
Pleasure to be here.
So we're going to start off today. We have 139 players, a new record for maybe for any GOAT format tournament as far as I know, but definitely for any of ours and for online events. I believe this is the largest live event.
Yeah, it's very exciting. We'll probably have a long day ahead of us, but I'm excited to cast for for all day today. It looks like. Hopefully, we'll get some great games going through.
What a way to kick off 2021 with the biggest GOAT format tournament ever. So I'm looking forward to being a part of this, and thank you guys for inviting me to be a part of this.
Awesome to have you here. We are starting with the reigning world champion Rickler versus Barston the Bold, aka James 400.
Yeah, joining the game in progress here. So looks like Rickler started with just like Thunder Dragon, T set. Maybe it was a T set, and then lost his Bariston. Then lost his breaker to Ring of Destruction. Next turn, Rickler flipped up Gravekeeper Spy, got 2 spies in attack. Now it's attacking through Bariston's defenses here. Regeki Break making 2 Regeki Breaks there, getting rid of Mystic Tomato and Scapegoat. So Bariston's going to be down to like 1600 here. Guess that card that's set from Rickler wasn't good enough to end the duel just now. Pretty commanding lead from Rickler, but Pot of Greed might be able to shift things in Bariston's favor. Guessing Rickler's probably going to be on his patented Chaos Turbo list. Bariston might be on a more Chaos Control style, seeing like the Mystic Tomato and the Scapegoat together. We'll get some more information after Graceful Charity resolves on what Bariston may be playing here. Sinister Serpent's always great to discard. Thinking on the next one. Yeah, that Ring of Destruction's not good right now for Bariston. He's only at 1600. Usually that's a card like you'd want to keep for later, but since you're down in life, it's just not as it's not going to be able to just close out the game or steal the game. Okay, Metamorphosis on Dark Mimic to get 1,000 Ice Restrict up here. That's going to lock down that face down.
That was a card that wasn't really used a whole lot way back when GOAT format was in its prime, and now we've started to see it kind of re-emerge in current GOAT format as Dark Mimic level 1 and 3. You know, it's one of those cards you definitely want to take down in battle or anything like that, level 3. So it's amazing to see that card start to surface.
Yeah, one of the key interactions is because you're playing Mystic Tomato. If you don't have Sanguine, you can search for level 1, and then in your standby phase, if they don't attack the level 1 afterwards, you can just level it up right away to level 3. So then you'll get the draw 2 effect.
It's just part of that Mystic Tomato toolbox that was so popular when Chaos GOAT format was around, and it's starting to see amazing play. We saw it from Chris Perovic and Lazaro Bolito, I believe, in the World Championships, and now it's starting to surface again here, and already in our very first match.
All right, so Rickler got another monster on the board after flipping to Koichi, Mystic Tomato. Now, that Regeki Break had to come down to try to save some life points for Bariston here. Wondering if it might have been better for Bariston to save that, and yeah, and then a Nobleman's just going to clean it up there for the game 1. Ooh, and it was the Mimic level 3. Thinking that it could have been better for Bariston to maybe save it and take the 200 damage, because he wasn't dead that turn to either the Tomato or the Koichi. Have the Regeki Break for next turn, and could have used it on the with Sinister Serpent to just get the card back instead of having to use like the Heavy Storm in his hand.
By the way, it was quite a quick game 1 that we had here in our very
pretty
first
decisive
match.
I think it was just the power of double Regeki break there, taking care of that Mystic Tomato and the back row Scapegoat. The Scapegoat could have bought Barston like more time in the matchup, but even through like even using Pot of Greed and Graceful Charity, just because Rickler did so much damage early on through Ring of Destruction and through Double Spy, just was able to pull ahead. But Barston's gonna go first here. Gonna look to set up probably a face down monster.
In the days where setting one monster was just okay compared to today's Yu-Gi-Oh, where can't really do that so much.
I mean, Go format is sort of like it. I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh's kind of in the same game forever. Just turn one player sets up a board, turn two player tries to break it. It's just Go format turn one boards are just T sets. A little bit easier to break. Speaking of breaking, here's Nobleman a crossout. One of the best answers to any face down monster. It's gonna pick up Tsukiyomi, so that might be a signal.
Yeah, if you're setting a Tsukiyomi as your first turn, it indicates it might have a weak hand. You know, someone questioned if you would even set the Tsukiyomi to begin with.
That or Bariston was trying to bait out Nobleman, has like a flip effect that he wants to keep, something like a Grave Spy of his own. But Royal Decree's gonna come up. Now, I'm not a big fan of Royal Decree versus like a Warrior style deck, but versus Chaos Turbo, it's actually pretty relevant because Regeki Break's probably one of the best cards in their deck. And just being able to turn that off is amazing for you. Nobleman on Bariston's side is going to pick up Magician of Fate. Both of them only removing 2 as well.
I think that's definitely going to speed up the pace of the game because you don't get those recursion spells, or sorry, slow it down rather because you don't be able to pick up the Pot of Greed or the Graceful Charity to kind of help speed the deck as it keeps going. So no Magician of Faith is going to make the game real interesting as every spell card has to count now.
It's going to make the game more fair on both sides. There's another Nobleman for Bariston getting rid of Grave Spy. And Bariston shuffles his deck, revealing that he doesn't play any. And there's, I believe, 2 out of the... Yeah, 2 of them are gone for Rickler's side. Another 1600 to the face. Rickler's got to find something here to capitalize. Don't believe he has Monster in the graveyard. Or he has a Thunder Dragon in the graveyard. So 2 Thunder Dragons in hand.
The Decree is something I've tried out a lot with these Chaos decks. I think it could lead to like really big blowouts, but it could lead to them in either direction.
Yeah. I think it's more favored with Bariston's deck because it's a control build. So he has defensive options like Scapegoat, where Rickler is only defensive option in this case is probably just Book of Moon. That or putting up like a Gravekeeper Spy, but those Gravekeeper Spies are gone.
And I think we didn't have Royal Decree as
Creature Swap.
Ooh.
Love this card. Synergizes with the goats as well. It's going to take that face down, then give the little lunchbox here to Rickler.
You know, we didn't see Royal Decree a whole lot way back in GOAT format just because it was very difficult to access back when in the tournament packs are one thing. And, you know, I didn't see it a whole lot until we got into Recruiter Chaos format where it was like triple Shining Angel, triple Mystic Tomato. I think it was made famous by Kyle Duncan way back in the day. And
yeah,
now,
me and Kyle Duncan have a beef, but he eliminated my grandpa from the Shonen Jump Philadelphia, so...
Decree was reprinted though in Dark Beginning 2 along with Cyberstein, so for about half of GOAT format it was legal or easier to obtain.
But definitely something to note in GOAT format like historically is that a lot of cards were harder to get, so it did depend on who you were and like what you had access to. just like having the good cards in general. Where it's much easier to get cards nowadays than just regular Yu-Gi-Oh.
Having Royal Decree then was a flex.
Yeah,
a very large
yeah.
flex.
Oh yeah, especially around the time of like the national championship, it was not easy to grab a Royal Decree, let alone a Cyberstein.
All right. So game 3 here, Rickler started off with T set, but Delinquent duel on Barston's end. These two guys are going to discard 2 cards from Rickler's hand. There goes a Nobleman and a Mystic Tomato.
And see that Nobleman of Crossout go, you ought to wonder if Barston is going to feel a little bit more relieved in setting a monster now if he decides to play defensive.
Ooh, that was a Thunder Dragon for only 1. So despite opening Graceful Duo, only had 1 Thunder Dragon. I guess that's a compensation of luck there. You take some, you lose some.
And you can safely assume that that Thunder Dragon is definitely going to be thrown away by Graceful Charity for sure. So, yes, would have liked to. Oh, and he's got a Nobleman.
Stack of lights. Yeah, Nobleman coming down. That was a great pickup from Barston. Get rid of Gravekeeper Spy.
So Rickler has stuck with the Mystic Tomatoes from the World Championship build. I personally have cut them from playing the Chaos Turbo, and I've seen a lot of other players do the same.
I wouldn't expect Rickler to change much of his deck since, he won the last big tournament.
That's true.
Ashura Priest coming down. That's going to be great to answer Goats.
Great to answer Goats, and a great card when you think your opponent's on Decrees.
Mm-hmm.
Because now it's very hard to get rid of the Asura Priest.
Yeah, Chaos Monster can't get rid of it.
Or a trap card if Decrees come down.
Right.
Yeah, you gotta wonder how many outs are there to an Assure Priest if Royal Decree gets thrown up. Now, there's always several schools of thought when you play Graceful Charity. If you ever want to play it when you have Sinister Serpent, or at least 2 Thunder Dragons in your hand, or not, depending on the situation.
You tend to want to wait for good cards to discard.
Mm.
But if you really are down or your hand's just unplayable, it's not unreasonable to use a charity to try to unlock yourself.
There's also been the school of thought, do you just play it turn 1 if your main deck can trap Dust Shoot?
Yeah, try to find your trap Dust Shoots immediately. Speaking of trap Dust Shoot.
Trap Dust Shoot was probably the first card that taught me to side deck really well, especially when it I think it went down to 1 at one point. I can't remember, but I would always side it out going second because I never wanted to draw it because I assumed my opponent would already commit to the board by then, so I would never have it. But I always have it for like game 1 or game 3, assuming I lost.
So that was my logic with the card for a long time as well. But the Surgeons of Thunder Dragon has kind of let you play it more for if you don't go first, because the hand size is always so big due to Thunder Dragon and Night Assailant.
Yeah, it's live more often than not. So, and having the information is just great.
But I certainly, when I do side it out, it usually is going second because I'm wanting to put in cards that are going to be better turn 1, where you're risking your opponent setting a bunch of stuff for sure.
Okay. So we saw Trap Dust Shoot get rid of Ashura Priest. So Barston was Storm, Swap, Ashura, Tsukiyomi, and BLS. Ashura Priest went away. Now, Barston used Metamorphosis on Tsukiyomi for Darkfire Dragon. Got in there for 15. So now the BLS in his hand is alive. He also has a Creature Swap and a Heavy Storm. Here's
good.
BLS of your own. Yep,
Ooh.
and that's gonna be the game.
There's the
Ooh.
champ.
GG's.
I mean, it was game either way, but you could tell that, he already had an Assure Priest in his hand to already take out that Darkfire Dragon, and the BLS was just the cherry on top.
Yeah, I mean, the BLS wins the game right there, but if Barston or Rickler didn't have something back up, he probably could have just lost. If Barston top decked something crazy.
Yeah, the thing that Barston could have done there was summon the BLS, would have at least maybe saved a turn, but I don't know if it would have changed that game.
Could have just committed right there, just did 45 to the face.
It's just a very difficult decision to make, to just put BLS out there without any kind of removal or double attack, or just as a 3K beater. It's so risky to do.
Especially when you have that hand of the heavy and the swap. Like if he didn't lose that turn, he was going to win the next one. So
yeah, I mean, he could have just lost it anyway too if he put the BLS out. Could have lost it to Chaos Sorcerer as well.
All right, so let's hop in on Johnny G versus Benzo OX. Johnny G is, I think it's his first time playing in any of our events, and he is one of the top-ranked ladder players.
Awesome. What do we see here? Ooh, okay. So it looks like an Earth deck from Benzo X versus another Chaos deck. It looks like a Chaos Control variant from what I can tell. I just see the level 3 here, so...
Card destruction, Regeki breaks as well, yeah. Little hard to tell.
Yeah.
Could be an Ratbox deck we're seeing from Benzo X, because I'm seeing Nimble Momonga in the grave, which is popular. Yeah.
It's probably comboing here the Enraged Battle Ox with the Ojomatrios.
Ojomatrio is a great card, actually, versus Chaos. Just clogging up zones so they can't summon a bunch of guys and OTK you. If they play spies as well, just clogs the zones even further. Ooh, Return from the Different Dimension from Benzo. What's that going to get back? A Momonga Enraged? If that Gigantes was summoned correctly. Looks like it was.
Gotta swing for the fences here.
Probably going out with those two back rows. I guess the Gigantes was supposed to test the waters. And now let's see if there is going to be a response.
It could just be Goat set.
And if it is, then it's going to be taking damage still. Not as much, because these Gigantes are rock.
Right.
One of them already attacked as well. So this is...
Book of Moon
46.
would keep the monster on board against return. And this is going to be
something here.
Regeki break on the Enraged, not on the real Gigantes, so maybe Goats for the last one? This
That's
is
a good guess.
48 damage on board.
Didn't he already attack?
Oh yeah, he probably did, huh?
Yeah, the one Gigantes has already attacked. This is
Gotcha. So not going to be enough.
That probably is Goats then, if he's going to Regeki break the one that gives everything piercing.
Well, he couldn't
opted not to play it though. If he decided to Regeki break the Enraged Battle Ox, and then but not play Goats afterwards, because there's no trample from that.
Right.
So right, you would think you would Regeki break the Gigantes. And is Benzo forfeiting here? Okay.
It looks like it.
I'm gonna give it up. My advice: never give it up.
Looks like it was just game 1 though.
Yeah, I mean he had the Gigantes on board, and Johnny G had to answer it. Maybe he knew Johnny had a Chaos Monster in hand or something.
Possible.
I've never seen Nimble Momonga in Goat format. We'd only see it as early as a Cyberstein format, because the Life Point Cane was so critical back then for paying off those life points for Cyberstein. So interesting to see it here now work in a rat box in in chaos format of goats.
It's a pretty good floater. I mean, life points are very relevant in this format, and being able to gain 3,000 from Nimble Momonga's effect is pretty sweet.
It really is. Destroying a lot of monsters in battle and getting effects off it is a huge premium to have, and also provides a nice security blanket as well that you can, set a monster and just, if it gets hit by battle, whatever, you can kind of move on or even set up your plays. I always loved opening up with like a Mystic Tomato, Giant Rat, or a Shining Angel opening turn, and if it gets up with a Nobleman across it, I know that I've still got a couple more like in my back pocket that I can play going on. And I also found it was great bait as well. Great card to have.
Manga, definitely one of my favorites in like the old GBA games. Like the World Championship 2004.
I believe that was what won the video game World Championship was the Stein Nimble deck in 2005.
Hell yeah. Benzo's gonna start with the T set here. Johnny G gonna hit him with a Thunder Dragon. Find 2 of his pals.
Gonna wonder if we're gonna see a Graceful Charity hiding behind that.
Nah, we're just gonna see a Sangan here. Sangan might be hitting a rat though.
Giant Rat has the highest defense of all the recruiters with 1450. It's got
some stats on it.
It's got a butt on it, yes. Oh.
Well, it's Nimble Manga, just like we were talking about. It's gonna let Benzos gain 1,000 here. Search for 2 of them at max. And Momonga's stats is going to be able to trade with a Sangan. I don't know if that's great for Benzo. He's going to be able to gain an additional 1,000. Maybe he'll put a bunch of guys on board and just kill them through Sangan anyway.
I wonder what other utility that Nimble Momonga is going to provide for the deck as well, aside from just being Gigante's bait.
Well, it also can get piercing from Enraged. That comes down.
That is true, which is probably the reason why Enraged Battleox is seeing play in his deck, so that way they can just crush all the goats, assuming everyone's going to be running them at either 2 or 3.
There's a tribute there for Jinzo. That's another thing that you can do with mangas, just they're floaters. So you don't need to always just gain that 1,000, just use them as a material for tributing. And Jinzo's a really good card. It's limited to 1 in the format. Kind of slept on. It's fallen out of favor since everyone's trying to play like these faster chaos decks. But if you can stick a Jinzo, that can walk over a Chaos Sorcerer and stop Regeki Break at the same time.
It was pretty much the highest attacking tribute monster that was being run around. Oh boy, here comes a Book of Moons. So you got to wonder what's going to be the follow-up. I think everyone's going to know.
Probably going to see the. I know he's a nobleman. We're supposed to like him, but he's kind of smug. Kind of a jerk. Not letting Sagan resolve there. There's 34 to the face from Benzo here, just on the beatdown.
This is one of the ways to beat this chaos deck, is though you drop a card like Jinzo where it can turn off maybe 1 to 3 cards on a chaos deck potentially, and then just get the damage in quickly before they can really get going.
Oh, but Snatch Steal is coming. You're going to take Jinzo away from Benzo here. This attack is only going to do a virtual 400. See, Benzo just took away 400 there because he's going to take 14 from the overall attack, but just gain 1,000 back with Momonga's effect. He's going to gain another 1,000 from Snatch Steal. Second Nobleman. It's a Knight Assailant. That's a great one to pick up.
You gotta wonder now, though, how many outs Benzo has for this Jinzo.
Well, if he has Gigantes, he can summon Gigantes, crash into Jinzo, Heavy Storm, and then get his Jinzo back.
That's a pretty cool one. Oh, and here's
but he has Bazoo.
Here's a Brute Force one as well.
The Soul Eater gonna pick up some souls here. Those 3 Momongas going away. Gonna be able to pick those up with a return later. And attack in for 25. That's gonna unlock whatever that face down might be. But ooh, it's a Book of Moon.
Johnny G was ready. He was ready to even
He
just
just
steal
had
that Jinzo if he needed to. As we all know, the Book of Moon stat steal combo is not allow the life point gain and can just actually just take control of the monster permanently. So by doing it, but he was just
It was
ready for
interesting
it.
that he let that happen as well. That he waited for a monster to come down instead of maybe like snatch stealing and then booking on his own turn to flip it back up, so that he just like kept it and not give him the extra 1,000.
Yeah.
Well, I don't blame Johnny G one bit. Just in case that Benzo may have had a heavy storm to clear the board or try to ram it with Gigantes. You know, the Book of Moon was the insurance policy in that case. You know, so there's very few defensive options that you would have when you're controlling a Jinzo, and you know, Book of Moon, which I consider one of the best cards of Goat format outside of Scapegoat itself. It was provided that utility that he needed.
Well, here's the big monkey, Berserk Gorilla. Premature Burial is going to probably target Jinzo here. Johnny G's thinking. I'm guessing that he's going to try to chain to premature targeting Jinzo.
Or Regeki break to the premature.
Yeah.
Wind Blast.
Wind Blast. Uh-oh. Chaining on premature. I guess that makes sense to do that if you're going to target the Jinzo, because then they don't get the Jinzo. They still get the Jinzo this turn, but now you kind of like lock them out of a draw phase.
I don't know. Depends what you have, because now you turned off your traps that you draw next turn. You don't answer the Jinzo. Whereas if next turn you could draw a trap that might be chainable and still be able to chain the premature again.
Yeah, I guess it does depend. But equipping the premature onto Jinzo just lets you have like an additional out to it, right?
That's true as well. But not if you're out the trap card. And that we
Yeah,
do
if it's
know at
Regeki
least
break.
one of Johnny's cards in hand is a Thunder Dragon. So he's got to do some answering next turn. He has no darks and has to deal with Jinzo and Berserkerillo.
It's going to get a Sinister back to at least chump block.
Seeing a lot of common and rare IOC cards coming down from Benzo. I mean, we just saw the Berserkerillo. We've seen Gigantes. We've seen Enraged Battlelocks. Rage Battlelocks being the only rare, and the other two are the common cards. So really making use of that.
The Panda's here. So Panda's going to get in for...
It's got Trample.
Yeah, it gets an additional 500 attacks. So it's 1,050 and 2,400 from Jinzo. Really on the back foot, Johnny G is here.
And they know that that other card in hand is the Berserk Gorilla. So if he can just deal with that Jinzo, maybe have some traps to help himself. That Sinister Serpent is definitely not going to help for
unless he gets a Graceful Charity here.
He needs to ram a dark into this Panda.
Panda goes up to 13, so he needs something like Sangan.
I guess he could ram a to go up. He's just gonna
or he could just
it up. Wow.
And
very surprising. I did
scoop it up.
Did not expect this one to go to game 3.
See,
but
that's the awkward spot where like Wind Blast is just not as good as Regeki Break, right? If that card was Regeki Break instead, he could have just hit the premature, and then traps are still alive at that point.
Very true. That's what we discussed going over the replays of, like, it could either win you a game or lose you a game, and which does it do more?
Wing Blast never saw any play at all until Light and Darkness Dragon came out, and it was part of that Perfect Circle Rida deck, as we called it, or just even in a Perfect Circle. That's where we saw Wing Blast kind of coming about, but never saw it really operate in GOAT format. So interesting to see it here be played. And again, if Regeki Break was played, that would have been the more optimum choice out of those two cards in that particular situation.
Definitely a card that was glossed over when Flaming Eternity came out.
It's really good later on when you're targeting stuff like Stardust Dragon, because like Regeki Break can just get negated by Stardust Dragon. So in this format, though, it just seems like the utility that Regeki Break has is being able to either be like a Dust Tornado, or a Ring of Destruction without the not even a Ring of Destruction, just like a destroy a card on destroy any monster. I feel like the utility is just a lot higher than spinning something back to the top of the deck.
Well, I do think overall Chaos Turbo is great for this matchup here. I think that Johnny G is going to be able to bring it back.
Going first and opening with Thunder Dragon, pretty good odds for Johnny G here. So repeat of game 2 here. Started off with Sangan. Except this time he's going first.
If you're a Benzo, do you really want to trade off a Nimble Mamunga into a Sangan Ram in this situation to put out 2 more?
I mean, either way, Johnny can get the Dark in the graveyard if he contributes off for Thunder Dragon. MST, starting off preemptively here for Benzo, picking up Ring of Destruction. Rage Battle Axe coming down, going to try to swing in for 700. Going to swing in for 700, nothing to defend himself with. Sangan's going to search, see what Johnny picks up.
Curious that he did play that Mystical Space Typhoon now, considering, Johnny G would have no problem with that Sangan hitting the graveyard, and it wasn't a DD Warrior Lady that came down on board, so Benzo just opting to allow that Sangan to hit the graveyard and get the search.
I guess he just didn't have any other way to deal with it, just decided, I'm going to put a guy on the board, you deal with my guy instead. Here comes Kaiko, the Ghost Destroyer. Good in this matchup, it seems like. Prevents Gigantes from coming down, and also can attack over the Enraged.
Just got to hope that it doesn't feel that return from the different dimension that could come down at any time.
Well, luckily it's optional for you to remove stuff, so he doesn't have to use the effect if he doesn't want.
Here's the one benefit of running Gigantes: it can run over
Yeah,
Kaiju,
and
but
I mean,
you can't
you
do
can't
it though.
summon it. He also is playing the Bazooz, which can't use Bazooz effect. Well, they're Smashing Ground first, so I guess we'll see Gigantes after all.
I mean, is he going to opt to summon it now at this point in time? Yes, he will.
It looks like it.
And again, this is a format where 1900 attack was a premium attack for monsters to come about. So being able to deal with this is not going to be easy.
Yeah, Gigantes is also underrated. Just having that battle effect to Heavy Storm. Well, that's not a great trade here. So try to use your Geki Break, I'm guessing either draw phase or standby phase here, so you can pick up that Sinister, get some value out of it. But he opted to hit the back row, which was the chainable Aojama Trio.
Curious that he didn't do that in the end phase, because he did have Sinister Serpent in his hand already when that card was set.
Well, Tribe Affecting Virus is a good one to have. Should be able to clear up his own tokens if he needs to.
And now the mystery question of what is that face down and if he's going to swing it. I'm guessing it's a Nimble Manga.
If it's from manga, that's good for Benzo, because then if he calls beasts here, it's not going to get rid of his monsters because they're going to be face down. But if it's Rat and he has to search something, he can't really search a beast, but it'll just die to Tribe.
And if he did, would it be worth the extra discard out of his hand?
Probably, because he's going to be able to clear the tokens up and discard a Thunder Dragon.
Thinking long for this one. He really was deciding if he wants to hit that face down or not. Oh, he just wants to clear the beasts.
I don't know if that's right. I think you want to do that main phase too. Take the 900 from it.
I wouldn't think Benzo would be running a monster that would take away that tribe infecting virus if it was hit. Sorry, if it was flipped.
He just doesn't attack there. Imagine that's something like Legendary Jiu-Jitsu Master.
It's possible. He's on
one of my favorite cards back in the day.
Yeah, I would think it's just Giant Rat Set. Magician of Faith, perhaps?
Magician of Faith would be pretty good. Get back that smashing ground, deal with the tribe. He is looking at the graveyard.
Still one Thunder Dragon in Johnny's hand too, so he's not rich on cards right now, on real cards.
Yeah, Sinister's gonna come back, but oh, here comes Bazoo. It's gonna eat a Mirror Force.
Lost connection. We will be right back.
Yeah, it was lagging a little bit for me, but
okay, we're back.
Yeah, Bazoo came down, but got Mirror Forced, and Johnny just T-setting, not electing to attack this face down card.
Yeah, so he's keeping Tribe infecting virus there, but it's not really doing anything. So he played that Mirror Force to protect it, but yeah, it's not going to attack with it. So he's left in kind of a stalemate situation and decided to set and set. I wonder why he's opting to protect that. Oh, and it's going to cost.
Whoa, Cyberjar.
So
that
it was
is big for Johnny.
It was a card that could kill Tribe.
I'm sorry, it's big for Benzo's because he's going to be able to draw a bunch of cards here.
He drew all cards that deal a lot. That could deal a lot of damage potentially.
Well, he's missing an extra card here. Benzo's needs one more, and got him a manga. So Assure Priest, Duo, Deco, Book of Moon, and Card Destruction for Johnny G. And Nimble Manga, Gigantes, Return from the Different Dimension, Enemy Controller, and Ring of Destruction for Benzo. So that Ring of Destruction's looking pretty good.
It's also pretty nice that only the Nimble and only the Dekochi will hit the board here, so Johnny G's gonna have to stop the battle phase or just give some life and cards to Benzo if he wants to push against these Nimbles.
I think yeah, Johnny gets a Gigantes. I think you want to summon Nimble in attack mode.
And playing that Mirror Force might come back to haunt him now because Benzo knows that Mirror Force is gone and he can start going on the offensive with little to no repercussion because of that knowledge that was opened up to him. Not hitting that face down could have been possibly the biggest decision of this entire match going forward.
He has to have another monster, Benzo does, in order for this to work out for him, I think.
He did not put it in defense. You can't summon it in face-up defense. Which I do agree. You want to go face up with this Nimble to not have it not get noblemaned.
Well, he has Gigantes in hand, so if he wants to just push pressure on him, he summons Gigantes here, attacks over the Dekoichi, attacks with Nimble. But if he has an extra monster, then he can summon whatever other monster that he has in the hand.
Oh, I gotcha. I have split my brain into too many directions right now and thought it was Johnny's turn.
No, it's Benzo's turn. Benzo is turn player, so he decides on Jar first, right?
Yes, the turn player must decide with the Cyberjar. It's the controller of the Cyberjar who has to decide.
Right. But I mean, Johnny's making a thing about it. What else is Johnny going to do? Is he going to summon the Dekoichi in attack position?
Yeah,
because
I will message him. The Nimble was in face-up defense, so that means he had not chosen yet.
I think that's the discrepancy right now.
Well, I think
between the
Benzo's
two.
just committing that, hey, I'm going to put it in an attack position. So,
Okay.
like, there's just no way that the Dequechi is going in attack mode anyway.
Right. If he had put it face down already and then said no, I'm putting it face up, you could make an argument, but you can't summon the card in face-up defense. So
Yeah, exactly.
to say that that's where your opponent put it is not correct.
And here's Sangan. So it's going to be 2,000 and another 19 coming down.
Again, Benzo knows that mirror force is not there, so he can just easily put everything in attack mode and just go aggressive and pressure Johnny now with that huge Cyberjar play.
Yeah, he's got Ring of Destruction too, so BLS is dead meat if it gets summoned out here. He can't really afford to use the duo that he picked up because of the Ring of Destruction as well. Oh, well, it looks like it's going to be saved here from with Ring of Destruction.
And Johnny's already used his Ring of Destruction as well. That was the first trap card that was taken out by the Rage Battle Locks.
Yeah. And set 3 here, so duo is not going to be amazing. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 at this point. Again, I don't think you want to play duo in this spot. But Johnny G's got a lot of cards to work with. He does have a Shura Priest. He's going to draw an extra card from Deco. But it is, because he knows the Ring of Destruction there, it is pretty tricky. Johnny G has to find Heavy Storm. He might be able to do that with card destruction. If he decides to just go big with it. Well, it's going to commit the normal summon for Breaker the Magical. That could bait out the Ring of Destruction.
Which card is he going to go after? And is he even going to attack even after successfully resolving Breaker as well is the question. Because both these monsters are floaters. You really don't want to take them down in battle either. So it's a tough decision for Johnny.
Econ was, I forgot about Econ in his hand as well. So he had 3 good things there. Econ was definitely the worst hit for Johnny. He's going to do something with it here. You could potentially use the Econ to take with, to take Sangan. Like, the Tribute Sangan, take the Breaker. Because you have return, so you could, like, return later down the line.
I would think that he wouldn't want to do that, just considering he knows that Johnny has Delinquent Duo in his hand. So unless he gets Sinister Serpent, he's unlikely going to do that unless he forgot.
Yeah, but his guys can't beat over Breaker because they're only at 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
But he kind of wants Johnny to duo because that puts him to 35. So it opens up ring for game later down the line.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely is a tricky spot.
It is. It's a bit of a cat and mouse situation here. So it depends what effect enemy controller is going to be used. That's what we're trying to determine right now. Benzo's definitely activating. He's just figuring out which effective enemy controller am I going to activate, because we haven't seen a tribute yet from Sangan, nor have we declared any targets.
Nope.
So
we know what's happening here.
Yes, we know it's definitely happening. At least turn 1 Breaker to defense mode, if at the very least, if you're not going to tribute Sangan. But again, knowing with that Delinquent Duo in hand, is it worth it? Unless he plays Sinister Serpent, which I don't know if Benzo does or not. And that Cyberjar really turned the whole entire match around.
Cyberjar is a crazy card. Benzo's got to make a decision here.
It really does.
If you take with and tribute the Sangan and take like Breaker, you could add Sinister, but then Duo becomes live, and then you could like card destruction with your Johnny and draw a bunch of cards, and then they get nothing. Benzos wouldn't get anything from it.
If he's even playing it. Oh, maybe Benzo had a connection problem.
Yeah, that's weird. I never saw that before on Dueling Book. Interesting. 2021, bringing new features to Dueling Book.
That's cool.
And then I wonder if Johnny even has a Blackluster Soldier hiding in his hand somewhere that he was maybe plotting to play with all those cards on his hand. I mean, he did draw an extra one off Deikoichi, and who knows what that extra card is, which may be why he decided to drop Breaker and maybe start to go on the offensive.
Okay, so he decided to put it in defense. I think that's okay. All things considered.
It could be just awareness from Benzo's side, knowing that Delinquent duo is in the hand. Oh, but here comes that card.
Yeah, big card destruction.
Oh, if you saw that, Nibble would get discarded immediately, and that's very valuable information for Johnny to know.
That only one of them's in the deck, yeah.
Yeah.
Discarded 2 Book of Moons in this. So he's really digging for Heavy Storm here. Another card to try to draw into Heavy Storm.
And you would assume that he would use it on the Deikoichi if a Heavy Storm does get played.
If that was the play, though, to try to search for Heavy Storm, why wouldn't you just card destruction first? Because it would have just been able to pick up, well, he found it anyway, but it would have just been able to pick up everything on the board. The enemy controller included. This way he wouldn't have had to like bait something out beforehand. So I guess he's not chaining Return. He's probably just going to chain Ring.
That's what it's looking like to me. That's what I'd read it as.
On the Deco. That's fine because he already committed the normal summon this turn. So now Deco's not going to be able to swing. Chain Link 2 is Return. Why would he return from the different dimension?
That's a very good question indeed. There's nothing floating in the banished pile.
Oh, didn't use it. Okay. Yeah. He didn't pay any life points, so
yeah, it was Johnny that was calling Chainlink 2 as return. That's what he thought.
That's a little awkward. Benzo is having dual book connection issues, so it might just be that as well. So he's not able to hit with select a card. Here's a Chaos Monster.
Yep.
This Blackluster Soldier. The game isn't over because he gets 1,000 back.
I would definitely just remove Sanget in this case.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And you got to wonder if now Benzo is maybe starting to regret that enemy controller into with the Sangen, but again, he knew that duo was there, so it was a tough decision to make.
Switching the manga. I mean, I guess it worked out for him in Johnny's case, I just felt like if that was your game plan to try to search for Heavy Storm with card destruction, then you probably would have should have kept the breaker in your hand to give you an extra chance at it.
It could have been just him just preparing for maybe the worst. Just all right, I'm just gonna try to summon breaker, and then if I don't have heavy storm after I play this card destruction, well then at least I can get rid of something and not waste the breaker. Knowing how valuable breaker can be in this match.
Wing Blast is gonna put the defense mode monster back to the top of the deck, and now we got breaker swinging in for 43. So this is where Wing Blast is really good because Johnny was winning on board already, so just going to be able to lock Benzo out of a draw here with a BLS already up. And if Benzo doesn't have anything here, probably going to be Johnny's game.
That's going to do it.
Man. Card destruction. Powerful card. I mean, that Cyber Drive put Benzo back kind of into the game a little bit. It definitely put him on the... put him as the aggressor there. His other monster just wasn't really good enough, though, to deal with Dekoichi because of his Sangan. Because Johnny had the out to Gigantes with the Regeki break on the Cyberjar turn. But yeah, card destruction, just being able to pick up that Heavy Storm and the BLS here for Johnny.
Yeah,
it's worth as the fourth Trinity piece, right?
I think it's 6 cards. I think he drew off that because he had 8, played the breaker, maybe had another card set. I can't remember, but either way, he drew a ton of cards off that play, and that would really help turn that game around. And I think that threat of Delinquent duel in the hand really made Benzo think if he wanted to play that enemy controller to tribute Sangan or not.
Yeah.
So we're gonna hop in next to Swisky versus JoJo making.
All right, Swisky, where you at? Ooh. All right, looks like JoJo is on some sort of warrior build. Don't know if he's Chaos Warrior yet. We see Blade Knight and Mirror Force on the set card. Whiskey maybe on a Chaos variant. See Mystic Tomato and some set cards as well.
It's already neat about the diversification of the decks we've already seen in the first 2 matches that we've already featured here today. And I had this conversation with Skully back on my podcast last week. And we said that even though it's called GOAT format, we're still seeing a diversification of decks where like everyone just would play just Chaos and Scapegoats in GOAT format way back in the day. And now we're looking at all these decks that now we're seeing be played here in this tournament already. It's shaping up to be a very good one for sure.
Definitely. I mean, I expected Chaos variants to be the best, not the best, but like the most represented decks in this tournament. We'll have to see how everything breaks down later on.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I know I'd be playing Chaos if I were playing in this event today. I definitely would be playing Chaos.
Dekoichi from JoJo here. So it's probably a Chaos Warrior kind of build. Has the flip effects in the deck that give Warrior an extra utility besides using Rhoda for like either Blade Knight or some other big Warrior monster. And Dekoichi's going to flip up, attack into a Gravekeeper Spy. Gravekeeper Spy is a great defensive option versus Warrior decks because there's not a lot that Warriors can do to power over 2,000 defense.
Definitely not unless you're siding in Suzuki Samurai or Mystic Swordsman level 2. Yeah. But in game 1, you know that unless they're tributing or hitting it with a crossout, that Spy is going to be safe. And bringing out another one is definitely a huge deal.
Swisky drawing, opting to do nothing here. Just the lone Dekoichi still on board for JoJo. JoJo's got to find a way to break through here. Book of Moon's probably going to target that decoy. Yeah, we're going to flip it back up. Not the best use of the Book of Moon, I don't think, but gotta do what you gotta do if you don't have anything else.
Now we see why. That
Oh, there's
tribute.
Torrential. Yeah. And he's gonna get the extra card out of it as well, so. I think he went plus on that? What did this pick up? Oh, he picked up the third spy as well. He had 2 spies in the hand. Swisky had to set both of them.
And and another set spy as well. So that's a lot of defensive options gone.
Heavy Storm here, picking up Card Destruction and Regeki Break. Also going to get rid of the Ring of Destruction there on JoJo's side. See if a Donzalug will come down. No, just a Ninja Grandmaster. I assume that JoJo's going to have some backup for this Ninja Grandmaster. He's not just going to run that out without any back rows to try to protect it.
I wonder if he just drew that Ninja Grandmaster off the Dekoichi or not, because if he didn't, I think I would have just summoned the Ninja Grandmaster and started trying to pick
Soldier.
off the
Let's go. Oh no.
Solemn
Judgment comes down, says, sorry, Kinetic Soldier. You're not going to eat my life points today.
Very peculiar play, because again, if I wonder if he drew that Ninja Grandmaster off the Dekoichi, I would have summoned that Ninja Grandmaster and just start picking off the trap cards that may have come about.
Cool. There's the messenger piece for Swisky's side, so Pope is going to come down and say, nobody's attacking today. I don't know how good that is versus JoJo's deck here, since we see the Koichi just get in underneath the messenger.
Yeah, it could be a Warrior Toolbox, considering we're seeing Reinforcement of the Army has already been played. It's in the graveyard already.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Yeah, Donzalug definitely would be one of the great cards to use right now, but doesn't look like he's got it.
Yeah, a popular deck that's actually come out of Worlds, like after Worlds, has been a warrior deck that plays Magician of Faith and Dekoichi just as utility cards. Messenger piece, it's doing its job here, blocking the ninja from getting in. There's a Necro Valley from JoJo, anti-meta.
Oof. And with Heavy Storm out, Swisky knows that he can have some time bought while he's trying to dig.
Well, Necro Valley's awkward for JoJo here because, I mean, less awkward now that the spies are gone, but it would have powered up Swisky's spies as well.
That would have been really funny to see, to attack into a spy with Necro Valley when your own Necro Valley is up. Strange little fact with Necro Valley. Oh, before we do that, let's see that play.
Yeah, Nobleman's going to take up Night Assailant here. What are you saying about Necro Valley, though?
Funny little fact about Necro Valley is that its interaction with Gravekeeper's Gravekeeper Servant, you know, the continuous spell card that you can only attack if you mill the top card off your deck.
Yeah.
If it's actually summoned with magical hats, that Gravekeeper's Servant will actually be powered up by the Necro Valley.
How? Oh, because it's a Gravekeeper's card.
Yeah, so it's a magical hat token. It can be powered up by 500.
That's so funny.
Fun little fact.
All right.
Of course,
so
we've never seen that situation happen, but it's just a funny thing if it ever did.
So, Trap Dushu came out on JoJo's side when Swisky went to 4. It's Kaiko, 2 Thunder Dragons, and CS. I don't know what CS stands for. Oh, Kinetic Soldier. Because he's using the errata name. Excuse me. So, a handful of nothing on Swisky's side, really.
But as you said, that Messenger of Peace is doing its job and just stalling out and buying Swisky time. Because if it weren't for that card right now, he'd be pummeled by JoJo.
Yeah, JoJo's looking for like Breaker or Donzalug would be amazing for JoJo just to get under the messenger.
Mm-hmm. But again, 2 Thunder Dragons in hand. I don't think he's going to cry too much if he gets a card ripped out of his hand.
There's a second Dust Shoot. This time we're putting back the Kaiko. Don't know what the other card is because we didn't get to see it. Assuming it's not anything crazy on Swisky's side.
Yeah, we just know it's the 2 Thunder Dragons in his hand. We just don't know what that third mystery card is, even though that should be told to us, or at least we'd like to know it.
Swisky's going to keep drawing, passing, keeping the Pope up there. No violence today.
And again, that Heavy Storm is gone from JoJo's side, and he's not going to be able to get it back either with that Necro Valley on board. So
I mean, I don't
Swisky
think
knows
he wants
that
to get it
he's
back.
limited.
I think he wants to just stick the Necro Valley so no shenanigans from a Chaos Earther comes up.
Yeah, definitely not, because that would be a big turnaround in this situation.
Swisky's drawing a bunch of cards here. We know 2 of them are Thunder Dragons. 4 of them are something, but just nothing that can be played at the moment.
Yep.
Or it looks like they might just be cards that Swisky doesn't want to play because he doesn't want to break the messenger just yet. Maybe Swisky himself is looking for a Heavy Storm so he can finally push through here.
Well, he's going to have to commit 1 card to the board next turn if he opts to do nothing here, or else he's going to have to discard the hand size.
Here's Kaiko of his own. That's fine, because if something breaks the messenger, then Kaiko has a big enough body that Ninja will have to trade or something.
Yeah, we're not banishing from the graveyards today with Kaiku and Necro Valley up on board.
Does JoJo have a ring left? No, ring's gone.
That was taken out from the Heavy Storm that he played.
JoJo used it on himself. The Heavy Storm and popped his own ring.
Yep.
There's the Breaker. Breaker, I think, has to hit Messenger, yeah.
I wonder if that other set card now is going to protect Swisky from this.
I was just about to say, like, are we going to see a smashing ground here, JoJo? Clear this Kaiko. Try to attack in. Is there a Mirror Force left? No, no Mirror Force. So 34 coming through. JoJo's going to set another one here.
My guess is that one of them has to be Solemn Judgment if he's committing to the board so heavily in this case.
Hot agreed. Yeah, let that resolve. There's no need to Solemn that. Another Messenger.
There's that Solemn Judgment.
Okay.
Could you imagine if that was a Pro Storms play right now?
Oh, it's not. It's just going to have to go to game 3.
So the messenger piece has kind of fallen out of favor since like pre-Worlds, which I think is the last time Swisky was really playing.
I think that these decks have just adapted to it by either, like I said, playing the Dekoichi or just playing stuff that can get under Messenger.
One thing that LeBounty said to me was, he's like, he realized he was playing the messengers for a long time. He's like, why was I ever not playing at least one Swords of Revealing Light instead of the messenger piece?
Yeah, Swords is slept on.
He's like, how often is the messenger going to be there for 4 turns?
I mean, it was there forever on Swisky's side, but eventually it just got outed. And it cost Swisky, what, like 7 turns?
It definitely did its job for sure, because that's what you need to do, slow the pace down. Because as I mentioned before, if that wasn't up, JoJo would have just went aggressive and just went hard at Swisky had that messenger piece not be up.
But another thing that Swords of Revealing Light has in its favor is that Max did play Swords of Revealing Light, and he did pretty well.
The fact that it's also flips face down, monsters face up too, is also some valuable information that you can take off it as well.
That's not good when you flip like Magician of Faith and they get back something.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, it's got probably more cons than pros. But against a warrior deck, if they don't side of the magician, it's probably more pros. So you can kind of see what they did first turn either way, really. If they set it, if they brought in Dekochis and stuff, or if they set Donzalug and now you're just attacking it.
Graceful Charity starting off after Swisky just set one. Graceful Charity discarding Solemn Judgment, though. I don't know. And a Nobleman. That's a pretty big sign. The duo's going to come out first. I wonder if JoJo has, like, Blade Knight and thinks he could just run this over, but we saw a Gravekeeper spy before.
Yeah, what was the strength of that hand to play Graceful Charity and discard Solemn Judgment and no
Rhoda. So if he wrote us for like level 2, then that's okay, I guess. Maybe he has another Nobleman and wants to just keep it for the next one.
Ooh, that
There's
was
the Gravekeeper spy.
Cool.
You could just slap a Necro Valley down here with like 3 back row. Now we're just gonna see 2.
I feel like I would have opted to play Nobleman of Crossout over the Mystic Swordsman in this particular case.
I think you want to keep your Rhoda for when like you're out of cards or when you need that specific monster at that time. I don't think he needed the Swordsman, but Book of Moon is definitely going to help out here. Except there's a Chaos Sorcerer coming down. We'll see if this resolves. Yep. See, if he like kept that Rhoda, then he would have been able to get like Exiled Force here. I don't know if Swisky plays the Chaos Sorcerer right away, but I guess it depends on what else is in JoJo's hand.
Well, it's definitely a tip to JoJo that Swisky probably doesn't have much of a strong hand if he's forced to use Chaos Sorcerer just to banish the Mystic Swordsman to protect
he had to discard a Faith and a Tomato. Well, JoJo hit Tomato off the first random, and then Swisky opted to put the light with Magician of Faith from Duo. Let's see how JoJo responds. Sack Armor.
I think with that second set, it really turned off Swisky to flip up that Mystic Tomato.
Yeah, you don't want to get that Torrential for no reason.
You definitely that. But I think JoJo, knowing that, I think that's why he thought, okay, I can just set the one he's going to think it's Torrential and not want to commit to the board too much.
Card Destruction coming out for Swisky. Let's see if it's big for him. Ooh, discarded double Night Assailant. So they could target each other, or one of them can get back the Spy.
They're going to get back each other. Oof.
Makes sense.
Could you imagine if he draws Graceful Charity off that card Destruction?
That was a good card destruction for Swisky because he got rid of a Heavy Storm and Breaker. Oh, geez, Graceful Charity, just 3 cards.
Right on time.
That's like, you know that guy from, I don't know if you have this in Canada. There's like a guy on like an infomercial who he wears like a question mark suit and he like sells a book about how you can get free money from the government.
Yeah, I am aware of it. It's not foreign to me.
That's basically Graceful Charity and Night Assailant. Just free money, free real estate. Breaker picked up MST after the normal sub-in. Gonna run it into Dekoichi. It's gonna get JoJo an extra card, but it's got a tough hill to climb here. Thankfully, a lot of Swisky's hand isn't any action. There's like 2 Thunder Dragons, Night Assailant, and like an unknown card. I guess two back row now, and then an extra unknown card.
Well, we know there's 2 Thunder Dragon in there because only one is in the graveyard, and there is one assailant in there, so we know that one of them is in the hand. But he knows that he can set those 2 back row without problem because that heavy storm he discarded of card destruction was huge information.
Here's Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer. See if you can get this in.
Oh, it's gonna go through, and that's gonna take away that Sinister Serpents in the grave. So that's huge.
That's really good.
Yeah, so makes me wonder what are those 2 back rows now if he didn't even stop a Kaiku attack.
And he gets rid of the light. Main phase Book of Moon, so probably one of them's knock, right? Just kidding. Gonna attack. Set presumably Night Assailant here.
I'm still curious of what Swisky's 2 face downs are if it didn't contend with that Kaiku, the Ghost Destroyer, because losing that Sinister Serpent is always a big thing. It's always a problem.
T-Belage 14 in chat said he added back Gravekeeper's Spy with one of the Night Assailants. So we actually knew all the cards in his hand. It's just those 2 unknowns that we didn't. So he either set the Spy or the
Night Assailant.
Night Assailant here. I probably would have set the Spy then.
That would be my thought, and I assume from Mr. Tomato's effect here, Sangan's probably going to be dropped down.
Yeah, but it's going to die.
I think that's okay for on Swisky's side, considering he's
I don't think he's losing any sleep over.
I don't think
go to the graveyard, but
and Sure Priest is opting to attack it, so I wonder why he's doing it. Maybe he's got Delinquent Duo.
I used Delinquent Duo turn 1.
Oh, that's right, he did.
There's the Spy.
Actually, JoJo has not used Delinquent Duo. Actually, yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I apologize.
So his hand is Swissy's hand's 2 Thunder Dragon, Faith, Night Assailant, an unknown card here.
I'm gonna guess he set that Magician of Faith. 1 crossout's already gone. Mystic Swordsman's also gone. Yeah, I would think he wants that Graceful Charity back, and he wants to keep digging and discard the 2 Thunder Dragons in his hand to light load.
Yeah, get that Graceful. Card Destruction might not be bad either, but you're giving JoJo a new grip. He's not really doing anything. So.
No, JoJo has been slow rolling it with no back row support to go with it, so I would definitely go for the Graceful Charity over the Card Destruction in this case. But
could
again,
answer the Faith.
But he also does have a Night Assailant in there too, so he could opt to do it.
Well, you could just discard Night Assailant.
That's true too, but he wouldn't get any flip effect monsters back because there's nothing in the grave. Oh, sorry, he's got 1 Night Assailant in the grave, so he could do that. Yes.
Yeah, you can just recycle the Night Assailant.
Yeah.
Instead, going to go for Card Destruction. Go big or go home, really. So 2 Smashing Grounds come out, a Sasuke and an Ashura Priest. So he could have did double smashing on the Spies to trade with them. Oh, and Swisky discarded a Heavy Storm from the Card Destruction. But Pot of Greed into Duo. It looks like Swissy's closing it out here, to be honest, after flipping up the Magician of Faith.
Oh, and there's that other Nobleman crossout that goes to the graveyard, so Swisky is
it's not really going to do much in this scenario.
Definitely not in this scenario, but he definitely feels better for setting any monsters going.
You can't close out the game now. You can't just like stick a Chaos Monster or something. There's Newdoria. Good option here for Tomato to pick up if you already went through Sangan. It at least can trade with a monster.
And the gamble pays off for Swisky attacking that set Dekoichi.
He's gonna have a lot of cards in the back row, presumably here. Yeah, 4. That's a lot of cards on Swisky's board.
Yeah, it definitely is, and both heavy storms are gone. So he's feeling pretty good about setting those 4 back rows.
Necro Valley coming up. That's so dangerous because those spies are 17 now.
Oh,
There's MST. Is it going to pick up like Mirror Force here? It's going to hit one of these randomly. It's not the center back row. It's a Solemn Judgment, okay. If this is Mirror Force, I mean, geez.
I gotta wonder what that set monster is now. Or
Unless it's a Grave Fever spy of his own. There's Kinetic
Ooh.
Soldier. Kinetic Soldier's going to try to attack in first if it's a warrior. And there's a Mirror Force!
My.
Oh, but the Chain Royal Decree! Is this a GG? Wow.
What is that set monster?
It doesn't really matter. It's game. Crazy game. He did have the Mirror Force, but Royal Decree from Swisky's end gonna end the duel here. Great back and forth between the two.
Oh boy, like Swisky with the card destruction, the 2 Night Assailants, and the Thunder Dragon being able to recycle and just get so much utility out of those cards really won him the match here, and that was a great game to see.
That was awesome.
We're gonna hop into Ajt BLS versus Book.
Before we hop in there, just want to give another shout out real quick to Goat Community Italia. Thank you for your support as always. They had a believe 100-person event recently toward the end of the year in real life as well. But hopping in here versus Ajt BLS. Ajt BLS, recent fan favorite in the GOAT format Discord. Also runs the ACS, the AGT BLS Championship Series over on the Format Library Discord. Popular tournament here. Looks like he's in a winning position. Getting his opponent, Booknair 1 down to 200 life points. 5 back row in tow.
Yeah, Book with 3 back rows and not playing a single one to a Kaiku attack. So you know that Book of Moon is probably not one of those cards.
A little bit of a Night Assailant here, so it looks like it's a Chaos Turbo deck for Book here. Has some Jar Greeds in the discard in the graveyard. Cool option to play if you don't want to play any other trap cards. You can use your Jar Greed, try to trade for, like Regeki Breaks or something. AJT may be on a Chaos Warrior deck himself. It's got Exiled Force and Kaikos. Night Assailant's going to poke in for 200 after clearing Kaiko. 5 back rows from AJT. Wonder what's down there. Presuming, like, Solemn Judgment may be there.
And the fact that Spy didn't go into attack mode either is kind of a tell that there's unlikely a Book of Moon being played on one of those cards.
Well, Book of Moon from AJT. Clear up some space to try to Heavy Storm. And a Book of Moon in response, but it's going to be met with a Solemn Judgment. We'll see if Book tries to Solemn in response. He didn't have a Solemn beforehand. Now I'm just going to scoop it up. So he just was presuming AJT had a monster there to summon an attack into the Night Assailant.
He was pretty low with 200 life points, which is probably why he didn't put that Spy in attack mode.
And that was only game 1.
So already it just looks like we're just having a Chaos Mirror match between these two players. I know, boy, just coming into that game with 3-4 back rows on each side.
That was a lot.
You can tell that we were stepping into a very intense game.
We'll see if Book here can find anything in the side deck, any spicy cards.
I'd always called Book of Moon one of the best neg 1 cards in the game because they usually the neg 1 or the 1-for-1 trade-off it makes is typically a very crucial one to make, and I love that card because it has so much utility.
Yeah, Book of Moon's like one of the best designed Yu-Gi-Oh cards of all time, I'm pretty sure. Just like balance-wise, it's been relevant for a while. It set the standard for like an effect that is still relevant today. Like there are just so many guys who just have like random Book of Moon effects on them, and it comes up all the time. Like even in current format right now, like people are playing Book of Moon unironically.
Yeah, because right now there's a lot of monster floodgates in the current format right now. Kennedy's Ruler being one of them, and Book of Moon is one of those cards that helps kind of shut that off because I mean, custom is important.
Book of Moon's great as a combo card in this format as well, just being able to reset your own flip effects and stuff, and being able to flip other guys down. I mean, this format's definitely like a lot of the advantage that you get is just by killing a monster by battle. Book of Moon, you'll take the -1 because you'll be able to attack over something.
Yeah, it can be used offensively, defensively. It can be used for utility. The card is so versatile.
Yeah,
and it's so useful. I love that card, and I didn't think much of the card when it first came out, and then when I had it like played against me against one of my friends who hyped that card, I saw it. I'm like, yep, you're right. This card is amazing. And then every single deck I would play from then on forward until it lost its luster I'd always have it at 2 or 3.
Oh yeah. Big fan of the Book of Moon.
Oh, well, 100%.
Rookie Nair started with a T set after Thunder Dragon. AJT gonna hit with Duo, randomly hit the Night Assailant, and another Thunder Dragon in the hand. How do you feel about Delinquent Duo versus Thunder Dragons? Do you think you should just Duo anyway? If you know there's 2 Thunder Dragons?
If I knew that they have 2 Thunder Dragons, I wouldn't do it in this case. I mean, the best thing is that I'm probably just gonna rip one card out of their hand at best, and then not to mention on top of that, like I would be light loading their grave, which would I want to do? Yeah, you could argue that there's some versatility on the other end, as we just saw from abusing it with card destruction or graceful charity, but still, I mean, 2 dead cards to rip for a Delinquent Duo, in my mind, wouldn't be worth it.
Well, we did just get to see a Duo take out a Night Assailant. And now, Trap Dusty comes out. We see it get rid of an Ashura Priest. And so one of those cards on the hand is Thunder Dragon. I don't know the other 2, because AJT was not kind enough to share that information with us. And here's a weak Magician of Faith. Just going to bring back the Book of Moon. Tribute summon for the Thunder Dragon in hand. Try to see if he can attack the Kaiko, but it's going to be met with a Sakuretsu Armor. So 2 cards set here for Book, and then one of them's probably Book of Moon. But that doesn't deal with the Kaiko on board.
AGT now can just play with a nice little poke game and pressure Book with this attack. If you let it through, well, there's going to be likely the Night Assailant's going to be removed. And that would be the only dark. Yep, and that's going to be the first one.
Yeah, get rid of both the flips here. Yeah, we didn't get the privilege of seeing what else is in Bookie's hand. But he's going to get an extra card with Jar Greed. That might be able to unlock. Ooh, Snatch Steal. That's a start. He'll be able to Book of Moon that later to keep it. But Magician of Faith puts Duo back in the hand for AJT.
What if there's going to be some sort of committal to the board now upon seeing that?
Probably.
This makes me wonder Wonder if a heavy storm is going to get ripped here. This would be detrimental to Book.
That would be really good.
But a Book and Jar Greed would be a nice little combo here in this case.
Yeah, that would definitely turn this off. There's a Chaos Sorcerer out of the hand. And Ninja Grandmaster down for AJT. See if the summon's okay.
So AJT has been on a rampage of going through ranked. Has, I believe,
He's currently number 1. Last time I checked.
I said last I knew he was number 1. I haven't checked today, so he's been playing a lot of GOAT format.
He's looking okay here, even in cards. Ooh, but the set card might be really good for Bookie. Here's the reinforcements of the army.
That's a decent top deck. Now, I wonder if he's going to try to do for a 2-for-1 play with his Exiled Force.
Oh,
he's
yeah, he's going to try. Just kidding.
Oh.
Big Shield Gardener.
So it did not opt to get rid of.
Oh, premature
Spoke too
burial. Okay, that's why we did that play. All right, well,
Big Shield would not have been expected to see that.
Oh, if he would have got greedy with that 2-for-1, that would have been a good 16 to his face.
Yeah, detriment there.
Now, Gate Guardian, do you remember ever seeing much Big Shield back in the day?
Okay, so this is a weird piece of trivia that I can remember. Let's call this play before it happens.
Blackluster Soldier, the beginning, Envoy at the beginning. Maybe it's the Envoy of the beginning of the end. Oh, Lightning Vortex face down.
Simplified game state.
We're on top deck mode. Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer. Turning off Chaos here. This is not where you want to be as the Chaos player.
So Big Shield Gardner, I didn't see a whole lot of, but I do remember one distinct match where I did see Big Shield Gardner, and that was between Wilson Luke, former SJC championship, and that was against Kayleen Leonhardt of Team Enigma. And Kayleen, one of the very few females that played the game way back when, used Big Shield Gardner and actually stopped the Nobleman across it on Wilson Luke. And I know Kayleen won that match, and her brother Lance Leonhardt came in to give her a big hug at the end. And that was really the only time I saw Big Shield Gardner ever be played. But Team Enigma was known for their very unorthodox deck building and playing a lot of tech in there. So that was the only time I would really ever see a Big Shield Gardner be played, dipping into the history books there.
Well, AJT picks up this game here, being able to deal with the Big Shield Gardner. Because Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer, very powerful card to top deck.
Great rip off the top.
That was crazy.
Takes away all chaos options as well, which is quite crucial in the mid to late game stage.
And we are going to hop into Carl Waite versus Panata.
My Carl here.
Carl, who won the last GFC of 2020.
I thought he won the format library.
I believe he won
GFC.
He won the GFC. I'm pretty positive.
Either way, Carl, it looks like he's on straight up Warriors with the Abyss Soldier as well. Unless he has some other chaos stuff going on. Carl is another fan favorite in both the GFC and format library communities.
Card we haven't seen a whole lot of, and we used to see before in GoFab, but never anymore now, is a Air Knight Par Shot. Something we don't see anymore.
It's just fallen out of favor because either people are playing stuff like Chaos Sorcerer that Air Knight can't get over, or Scapegoats. Like, nobody plays Scapegoat anymore, so it's just not able to pick off those tokens and draw you extra cards.
The other big one is Gravekeeper's Spy.
Yeah, too.
Brutal to tribute a monster, attack into it, and now you're just staring that down.
Panata here summoning a BLS. Deciding not to go Prio. Does Carl have an honest?
He doesn't have a light engrave, but now he does.
Yeah.
So that is a legit question to ask.
Breaker off the top. We'll try to clear this back row before summoning our own BLS. Oh, goat. Yeah, sort of had to do that here.
I think that's the first scapegoat that we've seen here in this tournament today in the goat format tournament.
I think we saw scapegoat earlier, but I think it just never resolved. We have seen. This is the first time it's definitely resolved on camera. Graceful charity from Panata here. See what it can find. Use the pot of greed and a snatch steal creature swap already, unless he discarded those somehow. Discarding Tsukiyomi and Faith. That's another chaos setup. See if this is a chaos deck. Haven't really seen that much, so can't really determine if it's just straight up goat control or if it's actually like a chaos package. Tribe infecting virus declaring priority. Probably gonna pick up warriors. Discarding Knight Assailant. So that can grab the Faith back.
And the second question is if he's going to activate Tribe again, which
Is this summon a Chaos Sorcerer here? Not declaring priority as well.
So that has to mean that he doesn't have another light in his hand because he didn't take anything back from that with that Knight Assailant.
Looks like that is just GG. Looks like Carl lost to that there. I actually think that Knight Assailant has to trigger, but I don't think it would matter in this case because he could just name Beast. Because he could discard, like he would trigger, get back the Faith, and then he'd have to discard for Beast. Or he could discard against
yeah, that could be the situation.
Spellcaster. So either way, if Carl doesn't have like a backer, he just loses.
Yeah, because he has to activate Knight Assailant's effect, but he could have just got back the Magician and then just discarded it again to pick out that breaker.
Fortunately, we joined on game 3 for that one. Carl's going to move down to the loser's bracket. This is a double elimination tournament, so if you lose once, you're not out of it just yet. If you lose twice, though, fortunately, you are.
And we are going to go into Delinquent versus Dad 100. I believe they're going in. They're siding for game 2 right now.
Delinquent's someone who always brings something cool. Usually, right? He brought Empty Jar to the last to the World Championships.
Yes.
So we'll see what they're on this time around. Dad 100, I've seen him play a couple times before on stream. Pretty solid player. Usually plays a Chaos variant, I'm pretty sure. I might be mixing him up with someone else, though.
Big shout out to everybody who's watching us here live on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you so much for watching us here. You're watching the GOAT Format Championship 11 again. It's very exciting to kick off 2021 here with the GOAT Format events. And again, thank you for having me on board. I really appreciate you guys bringing me on.
Appreciate you joining us, Gate Guardian.
As many people may or may not know, I'm actually a professional broadcaster. So this is my first time actually doing a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament since I became a professional. I've done it before when I was, as we said before we went on the airs, when I was an amateur, yes. But first time as a professional broadcaster that I'm doing a Yu-Gi-Oh event.
Thank you for blessing us with the legitimacy of professional broadcasting.
It's nice to bring a little professionalism into the game, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Dad 100 is going to start off with a monster and 2 back rows. One of those back rows is going to trap Dust Shoot. See what Delinquent's packing here. Hopefully Dad 100 will type what Delinquent has.
Looks like Delinquent might be typing it for us.
What a nice person. Gonna banish for the stream. Thank you. Oh, baby.
So
0
got a big-
cards to take. This looks like it's Reasoning Gate.
So this is game 2, so Delinquent is known for switching out of for smoke screening, so it's possible he's playing Burn or Jar game 1.
Yeah, or he could have been playing my favorite deck of the
Launch OTK.
That's right. DMOC launch. And I mean, it's possible that he just has the DMOC stuff in it here. Okay, so T-set pass, even though we saw a monster gate. So this is like a jar.
So he was able to draw a monster off that pot of greed too. So yeah, what jar is this? A cyber jar he's got set?
Probably cyber jar.
Yep. Dad doing the smart thing, going right in it.
All right, let's get 5 cards off our cyber jar.
You called it, Mascus. You called it.
Yes, it is the deck. Let's go.
Mascus really overjoyed to see that cyber jar go, and spell economics one of those cards. So if you see a spell economics, you're probably seeing some form of OTK. So
You know how this deck works?
The mass driver, dark magician, and chaos dimension fusion.
Yeah,
Spell economics. Yep, I'm fully aware.
For those who aren't aware, for those of you in the chat, so what happens is that if you are able to banish your dimension or your dark magician of chaos, if you have spell economics and dimension fusion, that makes dimension fusion not have that 2,000 life point cost attached to it. So if you just have a way to tribute off your dark magician of chaos for whatever effect you have, you could just infinitely loop and summon it back if you have the dimension fusion and the spell economics. So usually it's something like Mass Drive, or in most cases, the more recent versions of the deck, it's Toon Cannon Soldier. So you just repeat the process until your opponent dies, because Toon Cannon Soldier or Mass Driver deals burn damage directly to your opponent.
And this is back in the days where it wasn't really a hard once per turn because they didn't anticipate, us finding some infinite summon loops to happen, but we did. And this was also a deck that kind of seen some play later on when the Phantom Darkness pack got released, and that completely broke the game wide open. And
Shadow Priestess of Ohm was the card there. I think I don't know why they played it over like a Cannon Soldier or something. I guess because this just had more utility and like attacking, and you could just use it within like another deck.
Yeah,
if you weren't fully committed to comboing off with it.
That or people just wanted to be different for fun, even though the whole entire deck was dark, and Shadow Priestess could also inflict more damage as well.
Yeah, you could also like attack with it, where Toon, even though you can search it, you can't attack when you summon it. So if you couldn't just kill them through like the loop, you could just summon a bunch of guys, attack, and then tribute them all off with Shadow Priestess.
That was quite the format too, because that was the first time we saw an emergency ban list for the first time ever come out in the middle of a format, because of the way the game went so crazy with the release of Phantom Darkness.
Okay, so Delinquent he's got the giant Trunade.
We did see that from the Cyber Jar, so this is going to be no surprise.
MST is not going to do anything really here. He needs like Book of Moon. Oh, there was the Book of Moon, but he needed like Premature Burial on top of it as well. Because he could have Prematured, got back Cyber Jar, Book of Moon, then Book of Tayu, draw like 5 more cards. Most of the time, whatever they get from Cyber Jar doesn't matter, unless it's like Jowgin. but you have stuff like Book of Moon in your deck to like put back Kaikos. Snatch Steal is actually a pretty good innovation because if they do flip something, you can now use your Monster Gate on the thing that you Snatch Steal. So I think Delinquent's still looking for either Demock or Jar here.
Well, there's 2 Dimension Fusion milled. So
there's Demock.
There's the Demock. So
well, he has Dimension Fusion Spell Economics in the hand. So now he needs a way to tribute the Demock.
Let's get that Match Driver. Yep.
Yeah, Match Driver or Toon Cannon Soldier. Actually, if he just gets back Toon Table, he wins. Because he has a normal summon. So just Toon Tables for Toon Cannon Soldier.
That is true.
All right, GG. Easy game, easy life. Best deck in the format. Let's go.
Now let's just see this all work. And now people can witness the combo firsthand if they already don't know what it is. Toon Cannon Soldier was a very difficult card to obtain, by the way, when it first came out. Tournament Pack 6, if I recall correctly. It was the ultra rare of the set.
Yeah, I'm really mad. It's like $200 now. I really don't want to pay that much money for a Yu-Gi-Oh card, but...
Well, thankfully we have common versions of that to offset that. But yeah, if you want to flex.
I have a crappy rare. So. And then Toon Table of Contents is in the same tournament pack, and it's also like a $100 card.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, not gonna bother to go through the FTK here, but this is what it looks like. You have your Spell Economics up, Demock Banish, Dimension Fusion, return it back, and you just can do this until they're dead. And it looks like that's a game for Delinquent. So moving on in the tournament with again, my favorite deck in the format. I think I have a new favorite to win.
Your favorite being that?
Oh, if Delinquent's gonna play this Match Driver deck, I'm all for it.
Any request for streaming of a next match?
I don't have a request. Something that's happening. Hopefully something that's like in game 1 so watch fully. I don't know where that would be though.
Alright, let's check out Yada Yada versus Ill Leb. Doesn't look like I see any side deck cards.
I've been very impressed with the diversification of decks we've seen so far that we've gone through in this round.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly has been chaos variants, but a lot of variety between what people are bringing.
Mm-hmm. Because whenever I played GOAT format, like just with friends or like around my local meta, it's chaos. And I think one person had a Pac-Man deck, and that was pretty much it. So if I ever like stepped into the GOAT format now, I'd be pretty overwhelmed from seeing all these new deck variants. And again, this was mentioned on my podcast that I had with Skully, is that the diversification of the format now as opposed to what it was before. It's amazing how we have like 15 years of hindsight and what it's turned into now.
Exactly.
Yada Yada has a legendary Jiu-Jitsu master in the banish pile, so that's already attracted my attention.
Yeah, this looks like it's game 2 then? Game 2 or 3.
Definitely doesn't sound like a main deck card for sure.
Nah.
Only because it's Earth. Only.
This is strange. I guess Dueling Book is broken, so they're playing like in the end phase here.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like right now.
Awkward. But you gotta make it work.
At least declaring phases in this format isn't quite as important as it is in the current format. There's still a couple things that you would have to play with phases for, especially with trap dust shoot, but it's not as vital in GOAT format as is.
It's one of the things that we use as shortcuts in Dueling Book is that if you are changing your phase, you're basically saying that I passed my priority to do something. So if they do have any kind of trap that they want to respond with or anything that they can like retain priority for, then you want to try to make that clear for your opponent. And one of the best ways to do that without actually having to type it in every time is just by changing the phase.
Yeah, especially when you have like 4 cards in hand and one of them's a quick play that you want to get off before dust shoot's able to hit you. That was definitely a play I made a lot when I had 4 cards in my hand and I had Mystical Space Typhoon or Book of Moon in my hand right off the bat. I'd try to play that just so I didn't get hit with a trap dust shoot.
Yeah, it's not always intuitive, but something that you want to keep in mind. So you gotta hit a card destruction for 1, but wasn't. Looks like he just traded for a new monster here.
Definitely not the most potent card destruction that we've seen.
No,
but it might be something for just a swap for something better. In that case, is why he played it. Ill Leb already burning through 2 Metamorphosis through his deck already. Not sure if he's going to be playing the third.
Them, I think he must have used one to get back with Fate, because he just discarded the other one for card destruction.
I do see 2,000 as restrict and 2 Metamorphoses in there.
Ooh. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jiu-Jitsu master.
I think we all physically felt that one.
What a strong guy! Look at him.
He's the master of jiu-jitsu.
And that's gonna buy Yada Yada a turn too by resetting that Sangen to the top. And I loved Legendary Jiu-Jitsu Master, especially when Synchros came out, because it would just toss back almost everything that came at it as well. Jiu-Jitsu Master was just a tank. And even in this format right now, where realistically Breaker and if you run Gigantes are the only 2 monsters that can actually run over it outside of like a tribute summon or a chaos monster.
Still a fairly cheap champion pack card you can pick up as well. Very nice looking super rare.
I have a super, but I don't think it's champ pack super. I have like one of the other super reprints.
I'm surprised it even got multiple super rare prints.
Yeah, it's iconic.
The battle pack one, the Legendary Jiu-Jitsu Master.
Legendary.
I used to have 3 back in the day. Oh, I love Jiu-Jitsu Master so much.
It's definitely a card that comes in and out of the format, depending on what you're seeing. There's a debate right now. What is better, Jiu-Jitsu Master or like Kinetic Soldier versus Warriors? I think here in this matchup, Jiu-Jitsu Master put in that work getting rid of the Sangan, set Ill Leb back a turn.
It's a pretty big difference on philosophy too, because like both of them lose to Ninja Grandmaster Sasuke, sure, but I think Kinetic is superior for the fact that the Warrior deck plays Solemn Judgment, and one Cypher Soldier, Kinetic Soldier attack through can just end the game.
Let me never say Cypher Soldier again. That name's Kinetic Soldier. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think it's a little bit better because you have that offensive capability, especially if you combine yourself with Messenger of Peace.
And it's out to BLS.
Yeah. So main phase for Yada, flipping up Heavy Storm, gonna get rid of a bunch here, but Ring of Destruction's gonna take care of the Jiu-Jitsu Master. And Yada just made way for the BLS here. Guess the ring didn't really matter. It was just dead anyway, but Imagine if it was something that... Was that really game 1?
Yeah,
Wow.
that was game 1.
Yeah, that's what I
And
figured when I looked in. Like, nothing looked like side deck. So he had main deck Jujutsu Masters? Okay.
No, he said
Oh
I
no,
won game 1.
they had a disconnect.
oh,
Okay.
okay, got it. There we go. Yeah,
So
making that clear in the chat.
So he's saying this is match then.
Oh. Thanks.
And figure with that ring of destruction as well. If I'm gonna lose the life points, I may as well take some with me. But the BLS didn't matter in the end, as that BLS came out, and when you're heavy storming for that much, you could tell that the inevitable was going to happen. Seems to be a dispute between those two right now, determining what
Yeah, I'm
what
gonna
game that was.
tell them they can just send replays and they can figure it out whether or not.
Yeah, let's try to find another game. Anthony Alvarado versus Storm.
Sure.
Oh, Mr. Team Overdose.
And it looks like they're just starting a duel.
Looks like Anthony's going to be going second here. Asking, what does GAF stand for? German Air Force. All right. Shoutouts to Germany and their Air Force.
Unfortunately, I've been at several events with Anthony Alvarado, but I never had the pleasure of actually meeting with him and talking with him, despite being in the same building with him as many times.
Yeah,
Did Anthony get a invite to Worlds last year from the Legacy?
Yeah.
Or no?
He used his legacy invite last year. He could have used his alt one, but he didn't reveal that he qualified with it until after. So.
Okay. Yeah, because I was about to say he did win a format library. Is that correct? Earlier last year. Gaff is gonna draw a card with Jar before heavy storming. Then he's gonna reasoning. So looks like Gaff's on reasoning gate. Anthony's gonna think here on what to call. It's always a toss-up because there could be like sometimes you don't want 5 to come out because like you can't protect yourself from Air Knight and it gets some value out of there. But I think it's still most reasonable to try to hit like 8. Because the worst thing that could happen is that like they draw a card Crane. And if ever they dump a bunch of stuff in the graveyard and you get hit with Demok, that's just like that's way worse than them drawing a card because they get back a powerful spell.
Gets really nerve-wracking when reasoning is one of the first cards that come off the top with no knowledge of the actual deck itself.
And he calls 4, but it gets Air Knight here, so some value out of that reasoning.
It's really difficult too to call level 5 because that's really the only monster that would actually come out as a level 5 for reasoning too. So it's a tough number to call, but German Air Force, not Goblin Attack Force.
Goblin Attack Force would have been a better action.
Now
that's what I would have said it stood for.
That's what I always think too.
Here's Sacred Crane coming out. So Air Knight's gonna run into a deco, draw a card. Everybody gets to draw a card here. Everybody's getting cards. But Anthony's gonna take 9 and 600.
Not an ideal first turn for a Reasoning Gate deck. Not bad, but not
No,
ideal.
no. We wanted to just kill them. But
Like Anthony said, you used the heavy. But he also hit the Mirror Force, so you don't have to worry about too much more beyond that.
But getting a free Erne Parsha, there's nothing to complain about, especially since you don't really have to invest the resources to bring it out, and just getting it for free is huge, especially since it can accumulate resources. And thankfully for GAF, it was not a Gravekeeper Spy set.
So banishing, you don't want to put the light into the grave, but banishing does not mean goodbye forever against this deck.
and card destruction on Anthony's side, I mean, that's awkward because that helps GAF out. But he picked up some good cards here. Lightning Vortex and Snatch are definitely cards that you want to get rid of. But the Jinzo in the graveyard, something that'll just be able to get back from Dimension Fusion. I mean, Dimension Fusion's a little less good now that Anthony has some monsters discarded or banished. We'll see what GAF picked up from card destruction on his turn. Giant Trunade would be pretty good. He also has a set card here that could be another Jar of Greed, or it could be like Reckless Greed, potentially. So another reasoning on GAF's side. 8 or 7? Why would he call 7? There's another Crane. Got to draw a card while adding a body to the board.
Well, that's 0 for 2 for Anthony Alvarado so far, calling reasonings. Not a good feeling to have.
That he could call, like Guardian Angel Joan.
I don't think that card was the. No, that one came in Invasion of Chaos, I believe.
Yes.
So it could have came out.
What's that other guy? The Jackal guy? He's also a 2700 light.
Oh, Mystical Knight of Jackal?
Yeah, that guy.
No.
I believe he's level 7.
Barrel Dragon's level 7.
I mean, Majestic Magorew's 8 as well, but I don't think if he'd be running that.
How big is Moisture Creature? Can that be special summon?
I believe that was level 9, and yes, it can be.
Nobody calls 9 for Moisture Creature. I'm looking this up real quick.
It is 9. I did recall it correctly.
2800 too is not bad. JAF's going to go in the tank here. It's got 2 back rows and a Chaos Sorcerer to fight through in conjunction with a face down line. Could also be playing one of my favorites, Fusilier Dragon, as mentioned in the chat here.
Oh, great card for Metamorphosis.
Yeah.
I remember I used to play a really fun burn deck, a Door of Fate burn card deck. Where
a Door of Fate.
Yeah, using Fusilier Dragon, because playing 2 of those would OTK your opponent.
Double tribute for Dark Magician of Chaos. Summon not going to be negated, so Dark Magician of Chaos is going to pick up something here. Probably Heavy Storm. I guess you could get back Metamorph, yeah, and then create a Gatling Dragon. I mean, that's the target. So does Anthony want to use Torrential? I don't know if that's good because he just could get his stuff back with Dimension Fusion.
That's what I'm guessing. German Air Force has in his hand right now. This is why he decided to double tribute for it, because he has a way to get it off the board, even if Alvarado doesn't. And if he can somehow also banish that Jinzo in his grave as well, that it's going to be so much more utility with that Dimension Fusion if he can pull it off.
That's where the main deck Soul Release comes in. Just Soul Release your guys out of the graveyard, bring them back with Dimension Fusion.
And does he have it is the question. But
well, here's Metamorph coming down. So here's the Gatling Dragon. We're gonna see if Gatling can shoot down these monsters on Anthony's side of the board. So if there's a Tails, another Tails, we'll see if it's a third Tails. Oh,
wow.
Oh, missed. Gatling guns aren't very accurate, are they? I don't know anything about guns, so.
Well, Gatling's not supposed to be very accurate, but they have a high firing rate. So it's one of those where I'm going to shoot 1,000,000 shots at you, and one of them is bound to hit you.
Anthony Alvarado, I made that happen with Jedi Mind.
Oh, he does have the Chaos Sorc, so that Dimension Fusion is going to have some major utility.
Well, we'll see here, because, like, if he does Dimension, maybe he should have just did that first, instead of using the effect of Gatling Dragon, if he has one. Because he could have just summoned Chaos Sorcerer. If Anthony doesn't have a response, then you can Dimension Fusion, bring back, like, Jinzo, Demok, Crane, draw a card from Crane, and then Jinzo's on the board, so, like, no traps can be activated. Then if you resolve a Gatling Dragon, you're just able to, like, try to blow up some cards that aren't going to be your own. And Demok can get something back. Demok could get back, like... Demok could just get back Lightning Vortex in that case.
I think he was just possibly scared of a Bottomless Trap or a Brigeki Break. Something that could just take it off the board before he can even activate it.
Take what off the board? The Gatling?
Yeah, I think I think GIF was just scared. Then again, there's that Regeki Break.
Well, Regeki Break on Chaos Sorcerer's fine. If you have Dimension Fusion here, you're pretty Gucci. He just made space for you to bring back more.
Yeah, he really did.
Yeah, I think that was a misplay.
And that is quite a banished pile.
I think they both misplayed, to be fair.
Well, I think Gatling just wanted to clear that set monster too to get it out of the way for a clear attack.
But you have Air Knight if you're bringing it back with Dimension Fusion. So who cares?
Well, I think he just maybe wants to go for a Lightning Vortex play. You're
getting Lightning Vortex back. These cards are not staying on the board.
Yeah. But I think he just wanted to make that clear of the set monster because, you can't hit that with Vortex. It's just to make sure it's a clear direct shot and, kind of it's like one of those like leaving away like no doubt.
I guess he could Buka Moon his own Chaos Sorcerer here so that it's not picked up by Lightning Vortex. Cyberchar face down, that would suck. But if you truly believe it's Cyberjar face down, you could opt to not get Lightning Vortex, and instead you could just like get meta and make that Air Knight into what's Balter?
Dark Balter, yeah.
Yeah. But this is what I was thinking: is that like, why would he try to use the effect of Gatling Dragon if he was just going to Dimension Fusion anyway? Like he should have just used it after. Also, I don't think getting rid of Monster Gate was correct. He could have just Monster Gated for, like, trade the Crane off for something else.
Again, I'd still make that argument that he did it to try to clear out that set monster.
Well, yeah, he wants to clear out the set monster, but if, like, say, in that position, if he flipped 3 heads, Gatling Dragon's going away as well.
Mhm.
So if he just uses Gatling Dragon after he Dimension Fusions, and like he does hit 3 heads in that case, then he just gets rid of 3 opponents. That's
Which
what I'm
I think,
saying.
yeah, which I think he'd be fine with either way, because even if you make it to Dimension Fusion, without the Gatling Dragon, it's still an OTK on board.
Yeah, I mean he needed a hit with Gatling Dragon regardless.
Yeah,
But
he did.
I
And I
guess
wonder
it does give him more options to be Gatling Dragons first instead of having to get back lightning attacks. Like he could get back something else.
yeah,
So
it increases utility, and then they forced to make that play. And
yeah,
now I wonder if Mr. Overdose here can turn the whole game around, staring down this very threatening board.
yeah, there's a million guys here. You could oh, you can't Grave Robber because that's 2,000 damage, and Jinzo's on the board anyway.
I mean, Double Spell was also released, but you don't
But
have
he has to discard a card, so he can't double spell for Lightning Vortex.
Doesn't have another one.
He could double spell for like reasoning. hit something crazy. Hit a Gravekeeper Spy.
Knowing who's the name that's attached to this deck right now, it wouldn't surprise me. Alvarado's thinking right now, so I wonder if he actually has a play to this.
See, with my reasoning deck, what I would have did is I would have did like the same play, but I would have probably kept that Monster Gate in my hand. And then main phase 2, I would have Monster Gated my Crane away and hit like Toon Cannon Soldier and then just killed him.
I just wonder what kind of options does Alvarado have, considering if he's just running a standard Chaos deck.
He could get BLS and then like BLS attack Gatling and or just attack Gatling probably.
Well, good call on the BLS, because that's definitely coming out.
Hello.
Now it's a matter of who is going to get the sword cut through them.
Banishing Gatling's fine as well because he can't get Gatling back regardless, and this way he's not prone to like a random Book of Moon.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Book of Moon still loses the game for Anthony anyway, but he'll just attack in here. He probably wants to attack Jinzo too, just because he wants to turn on the trap card.
And if you see him do go for that Jinzo, he could be bluffing, or he just really needs that trap to open up. I would think that you'd maybe not want to attack the Dark Magician of Chaos, just because you don't want to.
No, that card is staying where it's at.
Yeah, you don't want to fuel Dimension Fusion again. Oh, he's going for it.
He's just gonna do it. Okay. Interesting.
Well, I think the other reason why you'd attack Dark Magician of Chaos is because Book of Moon in this case wouldn't be able to beat over the Blackluster Soldier, as
yeah,
Dark Magician can beat it over.
Just raw like draws Book of Moon here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's got Chaos Sorcerer. Okay, so he could do that, and then main phase 2 banish the Jinzo to turn on that back row, whatever that could be. 2
big Chaos monsters.
Well, it can't be Mirror Force, so what the heck is that back row? Is it like... Maybe it's Torrential, if he was thinking before, or it could be Ring. But Ring's not very good in this case, because Anthony's out of 11 life.
Oh, that was... Still, though, whatever card, if he drew BLS or Chaos Sorcerer, having a combination of that was just a big rip off the top to be able to at least survive that onslaught.
If he's gonna not kill the Jinzo, then he could have just attacked Jinzo anyway to deal a little bit more damage, like deal 600 instead of 2, and then summon Chaos Sorcerer and banish Demok if that was the play.
That he could have, but I guess maybe he wanted a safe pass, because if you left the Jinzo on board, it'd be a safe pass for the Chaos Sorcerer to be able to do it. So
it's Reasoning Gate. I mean, it's not It's not like he's gonna get torrential.
Yeah, odds are you're not gonna see the trap. Yeah, odds are
Here's
you
his
wouldn't.
Chaos Sorcerer coming down here. Well, this is awkward.
Oof.
Does he have another Dimension Fusion? I think that would be the game if he did. I want to see a United We Stand. Equip it to the Air Knight. Let's go. Premature Burial.
That's another Chaos Sorcerer.
Yeah, that gets the Chaos Sorcerer that he killed off. Did he kill it off? Wait a minute. Are we sure?
I'm trying to remember if he did or not, but I don't know what he discarded off Lightning Vortex, but nonetheless, Alvarado.
I don't remember when that Chaos Sorcerer hit the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it definitely did. He definitely summoned it.
Yeah. I mean, a little luck was it. Well, sorry, not a little luck, but there's a ton of luck involved. But I was amazed that Alvarado was even able to stave off that attack and at least establish, at least a better position after having that board come at him. I mean, he did lose in the end, but amazing with the resilience that he had to be able to.
It got Regeki breaks. I remember now. He summoned it in conjunction with the Gatling Dragon to banish the light and dark. Okay. Like, how did that get at again in the graveyard?
Quite a long, grindy game for a Reasoning Gate deck.
They can grind you out.
Yeah,
just having like a bunch of monsters on board is enough.
Having to deal with Air Knight more than once or Chaos Sorcerer more than once is, yeah, they can't get you on the card advantage without just wiping you for a direct attack.
We're typically not seeing those kinds of decks to grind that long and that hard, but German Air Force was able to make that work and put some crazy boards out there. I can't believe that he whiffed on all 3 coin flips. He just needed one of them to resolve.
Again, not very accurate Gatling guns are, but they are powerful when they do hit.
All right, we're going to take a quick break while these guys are side decking. Oh, nope, the game is back. Never mind.
I'd like to point out that that's a 13% chance of that happening, of 3 tails in a row.
That's pretty big.
Out of 100, it's not that big.
Yeah, 100's not small.
I wouldn't put the word. It's not small. That's pretty small.
I don't know, man. It happens. It happens enough.
To be fair, I've seen it happen so many times.
It happened just then. Anthony with the dream. Well, okay. Dreaming big. 2021 here. Graceful Charity from after discarding Thunder Dragon.
I know, we used to think discarding Sinister Serpent was a big deal off Graceful. Now it's like a mediocre play compared to dropping Thunder Dragons.
And getting rid of Scapegoat and Compulse here.
It must be a strong hand that he is ditching those 2 cards.
Well, Scapegoat I think was the random hit, and then Compulse was the other hit. And Anthony calling 6 here, which I like, because that means that he's got 2 good traps down, and he doesn't want Jinzo to come. So regardless of whatever comes out here, he feels fine against.
And that Parshath coming out again. That's the second time we've seen this happen.
Hit by a spy. It's just Gravekeeper Spy.
Poor Air Knight.
Just can't catch a break. This happened both games.
No, he hit Dekoichi last time.
Yeah, but he also hit Spy. Main phase 2, gonna Monster Gate that Air Knight away. Gonna hit like Sacred Crane here. There we go.
There you call it.
Draw a card. Graveyard's looking pretty stacked though. We got Heavy Storm, Graceful.
No dark.
No dark though. That does stink.
Ooh, this is not going to help the cause if Kaiku can push through here. I feel like a Book of Moon has to be set there somewhere, or it's in his hand.
Is a good one. Oh, Anthony, that's not what you want to be doing.
No,
Even if he's getting rid of BLS, I mean, okay. I guess we can't monster reincarnate that back.
you can't call it now either.
Well, he couldn't call it to begin with, but
The Air Knight?
the BLS he couldn't. But he
Yeah.
can get the Sacred Crane back here, which is good.
No, he could have called the Air Knight to try to block this attack, right?
He attacked with Kaiko first, which banishes the Air Knight and the BLS.
Right, what did the Kaiku attack? A monster?
The Kaiko attacked the Crane.
Oh, the crane. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So he could have like called first,
Yeah,
but I think it's just better to get the Crane.
probably.
It'd just be one less. It's just one less draw, but with an Air Knight on board. So that's the decision he had to make.
Mhm.
And I guess he just wanted to keep digging instead.
Because that's a
Understandable.
guaranteed card, at least, and you have something up for Monster Gate, for sure.
Yeah.
And you can still potentially combo it with a giant Trunade here.
Yeah,
That's
and
true.
with those two back rows, you could probably safely assume that he's probably not going to score the attack off Air Knight Parshath.
Well, there's Jinzo, so there's the Dark here. That's negating the call, but if he has Giant Trunade, go back into the hands. There it
There's
is.
that utility. No Book of Moon.
Dimension Fusion's going to come out, so that's only going to get the Air Knight, but he's going to be able to clear both the attack position monsters and draw a card.
This is going to put Darks into Alvarado's graveyard.
And that's scary.
Yeah, considering he charitied already. So the other option there was to just hit both of the spies, which could lead to next turn being able to deal more damage.
It's going to set to. One of them is probably call, which is going to be negated.
But if you don't get that Kaiku off the board, then you can't summon any chaos monsters either, so...
Yeah. A Lightning Vortex, presumably from the side deck from Anthony here.
I mean, you figure with that many cards in hand, he had some kind of response to it. And I don't know if it was right to play the Dimension Fusion or not, just to get that +1.
End phase Jar Greed and then end phase call back the Jinzo. Okay, maybe.
No reason to end phase when it's only one card. You can just chain
Yeah,
it.
you don't. Yeah, you don't need to. You can definitely chain
I
call
see
100.
that.
Well, that's not true though. It could be Regeki Break now, and that could answer the call if he does need to just flip over the call.
Oh, and Reasoning hit 8 right off the top. Unlucky.
Well, he still has the call.
Do you
Yeah,
think
but like I said,
Alvarado has the
if it's
counter?
Regeki Break, I mean, it's not going to work.
Oh, no counter.
Well, no counter here, so DMAC, yeah, gonna come out. What's he gonna pick up? He's got some good options.
All his defusions are in the grave. He might have to grab the defusion. Yep.
Now, does he have a way to put it in the graveyard, like a monster gate?
That'll do it.
That'll do it. That'll banish it, and then he can bring it back.
That'll work.
This Call of the Haunted getting plenty of use.
Putting in work. Alvarado's gonna think. I mean, if he didn't Regeki Break now.
Yeah, definitely don't want to do it now. Book of Moon, perhaps?
Oh, imagine if like
I think it's Book of
Book of
Moon.
Moon's a good one. Yeah. Imagine though if GAF has like another Chaos Monster.
Oh wow,
Ring of Destruction. I feel like that's worse for Anthony. That means the Call of the Haunted doesn't go like just goes away, and this True Nade's a minus.
Now, if he's got a
Dude, no
chaos,
way does he have a Chaos Monster.
I think he does. I think he had it last turn and just couldn't play
Oh
it
my
because he
gosh.
couldn't drop it because of the Kaiku.
Insane.
Fairly likely going to game 3 here.
That ring. Now this is game.
This is game 2, and
Game 2, it's gonna
Air
go to
Force
game-
won the first game.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
this would be matched if he scores.
Very likely we're not going to game 2.
Now, do you think he's going to go with? Now, do you think he's going to go with Metamorphosis again on the Dark Magician of Chaos and try to Gatling Dragon one more time?
No, you meta the Air Knight and just. Oh no.
He is doing the play I called.
Yeah, just gotta get lucky. Just gotta get one heads.
He just needs one. He just needs one.
We'll see if he can do it. There it is.
There it
Now he needs not 3?
Well, no, it's fine if he hits 3.
Good enough. He got exactly what he wanted.
There was the Gatling. Jeez.
Wow.
Making up for
Crazy. Call the
Previous
Hunted.
misses.
It's so much there.
That was fantastic play there by German Air Force. That the giant true nades all over the place really helped it out.
It was Sangan. Didn't have Karibo in the deck. Couldn't stop all the attacks.
Yep.
That Karibo wouldn't have worked there anyway, but
And beating Alvarado is definitely a feather in your cap for this.
for sure. Gonna run and get some water real quick.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break here, guys.
No
Be
problem.
back shortly.
Okay, you're still there.
Yep, so we are back live now. And did you guys see a match that you wanted to jump into?
Not off the top, but if you got one for us.
Alright, let's check out Insidious versus Frag.
Okay.
It
And
looks
if
like
you're just joining us here, this is GOAT Format Championship number 11. First GOAT Format Championship of the year. The biggest GOAT Format Championship ever. 139 players in today's tournament. Top 4 of the tournament. If you make it into the top 4, you'll be invited to the GOAT Format World Championships. Should take place at the end of the year. I know that's a long ways away from now since it just began, but we'll get there. And also the winner of this tournament is going to take home a cash prize as well.
yeah, thank you to Randage, as we are now between Randage and GoFormat.com. We went for $1 per entrant, so we have a $139 prize for first place.
Yeah. Pretty sick here. And it looks like Insidious is just getting mopped on this game 2 here.
Yeah. So game 3 we will be catching the start of at least.
Yeah.
That was a fast flurry of cards that just came out and it just went back. That just zoomed through really quick. Insidious knew it was just coming.
And while they're siding here, if you guys are looking to get involved with GOAT Format, go ahead and join our Discord server. Believe a link to it should be down somewhere in the descriptions of both Twitch and YouTube here. If not, you can just go to goatformat.com, and there should be a link on goatformat.com as well. Goatformat.com, again, top resource for anything GOAT Format related, all kinds of rulings, any information, deck lists. So if you're new to the format or a returning player who wants to learn more, please check out goatformat.com. Probably the best resource on the net. And yeah, if you want to get involved in the tournaments as well, go ahead and join our Discord. And we host usually monthly tournaments going on all the time for the GOAT Format Championship Series. Topping those events, the one that we're watching here now, will qualify you again for the GOAT Format World that are played later on in the year. Had our first one last year. Very successful turnout. Very fun tournament to watch and play in, actually.
Really thankful to all our viewers who are watching here on either Twitch or on YouTube. We are streaming live on both ends. So if you're watching it, thank you so much for tuning in to watching us get the first GOAT Format tournament of the year of 2021, kicking it off with a bang.
Yeah. Looks like it's a chaos beer match between Insidious and I don't know how to say this guy's name. Frag McKnock Goat? Something German, it looks like. So Insidious starting off strong with a Delinquent duo. Gonna hit a Ring of Destruction and Chaos Sorcerer. Pretty good hits.
2 great hits off the hop. No Serpent, no Thunder Dragon.
And
Good
then a
sight to
T-set
see.
here. Yeah, I guess draw phase with priority gets to play around Dust Shoot, but wasn't Dust Shoot anyway, it was just a Torrential Tribute. That could say a lot about what is face down for Insidious.
You got to think it's a Sangen set, if that's the case.
Maybe.
Oh, he's going to go with an Exiled Force. Oh, but it's a Serpent.
It's just Sinister Serpent.
That was a very weak Exiled Force.
Yeah. It did the job,
Yeah.
but if he had something like Nobleman instead, I mean, that would have been way better.
When you see the Torrential with it, like Gate Guardian was saying here, though, like I don't think you exiled the set monster.
No, it's definitely something you want to be destroyed with that Torrential Tribute, because the Exiled Force essentially did the same thing as Torrential Tribute. It just cleared both monsters, and it's probably a floater in the sense that it's like a Sangen, but definitely Exiled Force. I wouldn't have thought that would be the right call in that case, and definitely wasn't in this case.
And Frag just lost goats, or lost cards on that.
And Insidious saying, I know you side the mind controls, go ahead and grab my Sinister, that's all I said.
some mind games possibly here. Breaker's going to pick up Mirror Force, followed up with Thunder Dragon, it looks like off the top.
But of course, in setting the Sinister Serpent, you gotta wonder if, and he sets again. You gotta think that does he have any other monsters? And that's probably another Sinister Serpent set.
Nope.
Oh,
Deco.
so a big bait from that torrential tribute.
Question
That
for
didn't
you.
work, but worked after all.
Question for you, Gate Guardian. In current Yu-Gi-Oh, if Insidious told his opponent that he set Sinister Serpent and then attacked into Dekochi, would it be against the rules that he?
Yes, that is against the rules.
I want to say it isn't because it's okay to bluff. Like you're totally allowed to.
I've heard otherwise recently.
No, it's you. The best policy now is just to say nothing.
I mean that's always the safe bet.
Yeah, I've heard that, but I haven't heard that it's 100% confirmed that you can't do that. I did have someone call a judge on me for me saying enemy controller for game in a match on Dueling Book when I didn't have enemy controller.
I mean, it's like misinformation's one thing in the sense that it's kind of like not bluffing in a sense, because you can't do that. But bluffing, I know you can do it, but I don't know if that's if that kind of misinformation would qualify as like a penalty. It
Well,
could be
you
kind
can-
of gray area.
You can like bluff, but you can't. I don't think you can explicitly say that like I have this card when you don't have that card.
Yeah.
But what I do is I just tell my opponent what I have, and to make them think I'm bluffing.
Yeah.
But no, really, I did just set Sinister and Torrential.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like it's a gray line. Like I said enemy controller for game when it made absolutely no difference in the scenario. I was just joking around because it was a very weird game board. But like if I tell my opponent I have Mirror Force set, is that against the rules? If so, I feel like it shouldn't be.
I think so, actually. I'm not 100%. I remember we discussed it, but
So the Torrential already gone, the Mirror Force gone, able to summon Tsukiyomi freely here.
Insidious was able to pick up the Kaiko, but it just died to Night Assailant. And now Tsukiyomi gets to reset the Night Assailant, so that Man-Eater bug effect is going to be pretty powerful here. Insidious can't really set because it'll just die to the Night Assailant. I mean, he could set the Sinister that he has in the hand, but he's still going to take damage from the Tsukiyomi. So you really need something like Nobleman. Just get rid of that Night Assailant.
Nobleman or Sangan at least.
I mean, and
Sangan also a very good out.
Frag's hand is just 2 Thunder Dragons Tsukiyomi. So you could flip up this Night Assailant again and just summon Tsukiyomi. Or you could just tribute for Thunder Dragon. I think he just wants to keep doing the Tsukiyomi. Because that keeps Insidious off a monster.
And Frag really started this duel with a very low hand because he got stripped of Delinquent duel right off the bat and then fell right into that that Sinister Serpent with the Exiled Force afterwards. And now he's starting to make this a game and has a very good lead on Insidious so far. It's a great way that he's fighting back right now, but it's only a matter of time, I think, before Insidious has something.
It is not looking good here for Insidious. He has not found anything in like 2 or 3 turns to deal with that Night Assailant. Just a pain in the neck.
500 defense on the Night Assailant, so you can't just attack over it with the Sinister.
And even if he does, he's losing the card that he's attacking over.
Well, right. If he had the Sinister, it'd be. If the Sinister could get over, it'd be great. But at this point, you gotta just break this lock.
The best thing he can do is summon a Sangan and try to attack.
Rip a Nobleman.
Ripping a Nobleman's the
A
greatest
Rickety
thing you
break.
can do.
Yeah, and you definitely don't want to set the Sinister Serpent for risk of first of all Nobleman across it or a Delinquent duo too, because at least having it in hand will keep the Delinquent duo honest.
And this is a loser's game as well. They're in the bracket, so whoever loses this game is going to be knocked out of the tournament.
So Insidious did drop the Faith with the Regeki break instead of the Sinister to make the Chaos Sorcerer alive.
Yeah, and it's stuck it here. He knows 3 cards in his opponent's hand, which is nuts. Finally going to be able to set something across. That does give Frag the option to summon a Tsukiyomi and potentially Nobleman the Chaos Sorcerer. I don't know if that's the best thing ever. There's a Tribe Infecting Virus. It's probably better.
Especially since he set a monster suit. That's really intriguing that you could, opted not to set the Magician of Faith instead. Even though there was Delinquent Duel in the grave and that would just rip out 2 Thunder Dragons, but still. Quite a peculiar play indeed.
Could be another Faith down here. Either that or it's Sinister. Yeah, you're Sinister.
Now the question is, do you decide to get back that Sinister Serpent for fear of Trap Dust Shoot now that it's 2 set?
Yeah, that is quite frightening.
So he's going to opt to take it. Now I wonder if there's going to be that Trap Dust Shoot.
Yeah, there's nothing. Doesn't look like there's anything there for either player. Pro heavy.
Ooh.
But Solemn Judgment coming out.
So it obviously is not a Trap Dust Shoot at all, so that would have been just chained to the Storm.
Graceful Charity. What a rip. Heavy Storming
No
first.
one is a Sinister.
Well, if he would have did that in the different, would have Graceful first before committing the heavy, you potentially are able to get your opponent to Solemn the Graceful, right?
I don't know if I'd want that to happen.
But I guess it depends on what Insidious has in the hand. Like, if he has just enough to kill him, like Snatch Steal something else.
Mm-hmm. In this case, I'd rather the Storm be hit with a Solemn Judgment rather than the Graceful, because Insidious has been playing so passive.
It's probably better based on what Insidious's cards are, to be fair. But it's just another interesting sequencing that, like, if Insidious's cards were much better than they are now, you maybe want to try to bait with Graceful first.
Yeah. Because Insidious has been playing so passive just because of that whole Tsukiyomi lock thing. So I can imagine why you'd rather in case the Storm be Solemn Judgment over the Graceful Charity.
So mirror forcing here is essentially letting your opponent keep a card in their hand and keeping the Kaiku on board. I think you gotta just mirror force it if you have it.
Wonder if he's got a Metamorphosis then to throw it away. No, you can't do that. Never mind.
Or you don't, because if you just top deck a Chaos Monster, you win the game.
No, you have to kill this Kaiku.
But you have Tsukiyomi in hand with Frag has Tsukiyomi in hand.
Oh, right.
He does Tsukiyomi.
He's gonna take the damage.
Okay.
He's got to discard a card now to kill the Tribe Infecting.
That got rid of that got rid of the darks, so that doesn't work.
What?
The Kaiku
didn't?
So he's confident in his back rows then to defend himself because he knows that Tsukiyomi is in Frag's hand.
Interesting.
There's got to be some really good back rows
in the graveyard. Yeah, Mirror Force is in the graveyard.
Ring of Destruction.
Oh, that would be a good play.
That's why that's why that whole play made sense, to get that extra damage in with Kaiku.
Let's see if Frag saved this Book of Moon.
He hasn't played one yet. Probably plays 3.
Unless he's got another Solemn.
Oh, that's
he totally Solemned earlier.
No, I don't think so. It could definitely
Insidious is looking at his graveyard. Maybe he's thinking about a Book of Moon on his own. Kaiko?
I think he's deciding if he rings here or not.
I think you
Oh.
ring target your own Kaiku, and then he has to Book of Moon his own thing. Okay, and then this comes up. set attack, so he needs to have a block here.
The ring on your own Kaiku was a great move there.
Yeah, because he was forced to book him in his own card.
Yeah, it made him stop his own tribe
Or
infecting.
the Kaiko, yeah. Just the set monster here, just the Sinister Serpent.
Get around.
Book
Yes,
of Moon
yeah,
for
way to stop
Insidious. Yeah, very last moment on the there.
He needs a pot of greed.
He needs a pot of greed and into like Chaos Sorcerer.
No,
Or
he still doesn't have a
Metamorphosis would
light.
Oh gosh, keep forgetting. Pot of greed into Thunder Dragon Chaos Sorcerer.
Yeah. Might as well.
Forgeki break
might
up a
as well-
monster.
You might as
Oh
well
no,
ask
the
for
back
B-
row. Yeah, makes sense.
might as well
Because
ask
it's a
for
blank dust
BLS at
shoot.
this point. Yeah. That'll do it. Unless this is not Sinister set.
It has. It's. I can only imagine it has to
No,
be.
just saying GG.
It is.
Oh, he drew the Thunder Dragon.
Drew the Thunder.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Almost halfway
Yeah.
through the deck. You definitely want to see your 3 of card, 1 of before then.
Yeah. Thunder Dragon's good, except when it's not good.
Definitely the inopportune time to be drawing that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Tough break, but I think that was a smart play that he did earlier with the Ring of Destruction shenanigans. It just didn't work out because his opponent had the Book of Moon.
Right, check out L Nerdy versus Lucas Guffiston.
All right, are they in the winners or losers bracket?
Not positive.
It looks like they are in winners still.
And El Nerdy just mistakenly flashed his nobleman to Lucas.
As you do.
Always a great feeling to have Tomato special summoning Sangen.
Gonna set a card anyway.
Oh, that last round was not loser's side either.
I thought it was.
No. As it
Are we
says,
sure?
yeah. They just gave Insidious the next match, so.
What? No, it was definitely losers. Nobleman picked up a deco, banished all 3 on Lucas's side, and then 1 from Nerdy's pile. Passed back after setting. Magical Merchant. Let's get this guy out of here. Tacked over with Breaker.
That's the first time we've seen Magical Merchant pop up
He's
today on
gotta
the stream.
go away. I don't like that guy.
Yeah, must have been a bot error.
Breaker gonna attack Sangan.
Just letting him go with it now, so
Yeah, I mean,
otherwise let him have that search. What if he's feeling for Dust Shoot, maybe?
absolutely could be what's going on here. See the 5th card. Lucas isn't going to do anything. Search the Magician of Faith. He already has Sinister in the graveyard and hasn't picked it back up. So Breaker's going to try to break something, but it's going to get scapegoated. I know Lucas likes to play these Chaos Control variants that have the scapegoats and metas in.
El Nerdy's graveyard is absolutely loaded.
It's crazy right now. Looks like he's on a Chaos deck as well. He's got a lot of different stuff. Tomatoes, Decos, Spies, Merchant, Jinzo as well. Gotta wonder what the heck he cut from his deck.
Interesting play to see Gustafsson decide to sacrifice to armor to the breaker instead of trading them off. I wonder if he has trib fodder instead of just letting them go. And with El Nerdy's graveyard, you have to think that he's just waiting for something to just pop up, like a chaos monster to start just unloading.
With only 13 cards left in the deck, too.
Lucas has goat locked himself. But, I mean, he's just a breaker on board, and Nerdy hasn't been able to do anything about that. Heavy Storm as well. I don't think that's a smart play for Nerdy.
No, Nerdy had the Sinister engraved to just lock down against that breaker, too. With a Nobleman already gone.
Yeah, he's just lost the game for himself for no reason.
Yep.
Ooh.
That was game one, it looks like. Let's look at to see any side deck cards that might come in this matchup. Presume Lucas may be wanting to bring in Mind Control, but he did see Mystic Tomatoes, so it might not be great.
As Scapegoat sees less and less play, I think newer players are going to have less of an idea how to keep their opponent locked when it is flipped over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was not the greatest Ring of Destruction either, because that put some damage on Nerdy himself, and then also opened up a spot for Gustafsson to add another monster on board to swing for extra damage.
Lucas saying in the chat, I should have more sided for Chaos.
I feel a little bit bad for El Nerdy because he had such a large graveyard and I didn't see a single Chaos monster in there. So it felt like he was just waiting for that monster to come up so he can play it.
All right, getting into game two here. El Nerdy's going to start by going first. Let's see what they can pick up here.
Yeah, perhaps a Chaos monster this time around, because I think that's exactly what he was trying to wait for.
Well, he wouldn't have picked up a Chaos monster if he milled Magical Merchant. Perplexing card to play in this format nowadays. Wow, okay. El Nerdy gonna start with a T-set, followed up by a Wave Motion Cannon. That's gonna put an 8-turn clock on Lucas's life points here. As long as that Wave Motion's gonna stick around.
He's just asking to be heavy stormed right now, and I wonder if that's a bait.
Possible. Well, 7-turn clock now. Lucas is gonna pay for Delinquent Duo. Nerdy's gonna have to discard 2 cards. One of them gonna be random. Other one gonna be one he can choose to discard. So that's the effect of Delinquent Duo. Did El Nerdy side into like a Pac-Man deck? What's going on? Stealth Bird in the side as well. Gravekeeper Spy too.
This is a 2005 side deck.
This is a 2005 side deck if I've ever seen it.
And he threw away a spy. Makes me wonder if that other set monster is a spy already.
To be fair, I did side Wave Motion Cannon in 2019. So. Deco flipping up. Train's going to draw a card, but it's going to run into the spy. Interesting that the spy, just like a regular guy, has more defense than a battle enchanted locomotive. And is stronger in the attack points than like like he just punches the train in defense. And the train just falls off the tracks.
Yeah, just imagine in real life a human just stopping a train coming at them.
That's a flavor fail if I've ever seen it. Set card from Lucas followed up by Thunder Dragon. Playing around Dust Shoot. Set the card first and then add stuff with Thunder Dragon so you're not at 4. And Wave Motion's ticking up. And that clock's going to get a little bit faster if El Nerdy can find ways to poke at Lucas's life points. And Stealthbird's going to help out with that. Flipstone Stealthbird deals 1,000. These are one of the monsters that can reset itself. Okay, Lucas has to lose an additional 1,000. It's going to Ring of Destruction. There you go.
It's an extra burn.
Well, it's only a 6-turn clock.
And it makes me wonder if there's some sort of solemn judgment set on El Nerdy's end to help protect that Wave Motion Cannon.
Should be something there.
But now Lucas can go on the offensive as the spies can now take down this train. Oh, but he's got a Dekochi of his own, so he could use that instead.
Yeah, gonna draw. I probably would switch a spy to attack as well, just to pressure my opponent's life points. I don't think I'd switch both, but since Mirror Force is still live for my opponent.
Yep. Unless he's got a Book of Moon to also try to bait it out as well. That could be something. So, oh, no fear.
Well, it's going to do it anyway. It was like, I've taken enough damage here. Just going to try to swing in for 26. Saw the Dekoichi going away. Looks like that El Nerdy's just going to take it. Now, I want to see Lucas set another monster here, and El Nerdy just flips up like 2 Justice. Take 4,000 and launch that Wave Mount for game. Another tick on the Wave Motion Cannon.
I believe we call this kind of deck type Blackburn, if I recall correctly. And that El Nerdy's kind of decided to go into this kind of variant.
Random MST on the Mirror Force that's face down. But no follow-up.
No, nothing at all. Just a blind MST, and that was it.
Yeah.
What if he was trying to do that to maybe take away a counter trap that could have been set by Gustafsson to maybe like stop a solemn judgment?
He did just give him room to like heavy storm and not lose card advantage, or that's a tribute for Thunder Dragon, so that's going to unlock a dark in the graveyard. Also, just adds an additional body on the board. Ooh, flipping a Metamorph. This is great.
And who are we going to see?
Oh, we're waiting here. There might be a chain to the Metamorph.
Could be Balter. Could it be
Balter, like Fiend Skull?
Dragon? Fiend Skull, yeah.
I don't think Fiend Skull... I guess Fiend Skull's actually pretty okay if he's sacrificing armors, because it can't be targeted.
I like Fiend Skull into 2 back rows.
Yeah. See if Lucas runs them.
I get a feeling that he's got a solemn judgment set, and he's debating if he's going to activate it to
There he is.
Metamorphosis.
The other option is to throw Fiend Skull on defense and just attack with the other guys to play around Mirror Force.
That could be the case as well. But
Fiend...
he didn't Mirror Force last turn.
Oh, that's going to negate it.
Wasn't going to grab him much either.
No, but it would have been nice to grab like something back. I guess that's why I felt like he could MST. He had the faith. So he just like MST, then.
Tell you what though, this wave motion is still on the board.
Yeah, he needs to survive 2 more turns after this one.
Or if he has a way to burn it now for 1,300.
Yeah, he's got to find 1,300. A BLS would be enough if he could stick it.
Mirror Force set possibly now?
Well, there is a new set card.
There is. If there was a Mirror Force, I think I would set that spine defense before I swung.
Gravity Bind. Wow.
Just as good.
Lucas was like, I don't have a side for Chaos, but does he have a side for Burn?
And Gustafson's already burned through his Ring of Destruction, so Nerdy doesn't have to worry about getting chewed up by being burnt himself.
There's Looming Dune for this wave motion cannon, taking up to 5. 1 more turn, and it is lethal.
1 more.
Unless we can find some 300 points of damage here.
And there's no solemn set.
Yeah.
I really believe there's a solemn set. By the way he's been playing this entire game, I really think there's a solemn set. Because he was thinking hard about chaining to that Metamorphosis as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's Koichi. Going to try to see if Lucas can draw another out to the wave motion cannon. If he can't, he's just potentially going to lose this game to Wave Mo. Tribute off for Mobius the Frost Monarch. That's something.
Wow.
So he brought that in for Chaos?
That's solemn judgment. There it is.
Yeah, there's
I called it right from the beginning.
Had to be something back there, you know.
Yeah, I think you're right. That tell of the Metamorphosis weight was Lucas saying he did some scouting
here. Figured out what happened.
But was it enough?
Oh my.
Oh, is there a second solemn? Magic Jammer! Ah! Discarding Sinister as well!
However...
Wow!
Awesome.
Dust Tornado.
He can't summon Breaker because that was the norm with the
Mobius.
With the Mobius.
That's true. So MST is the only card left that I could think of offhand that he could use.
Well, that'll at least save him the game. He doesn't win right away, but
no.
Magic Jammer.
Wow.
Underrated.
What
honestly,
defense?
It's got just as much utility as like a 7 for the band. It's just like a card that is just can only be countered by like specific things.
I thought we were going to see a Jinzo for a second there, and I thought, oh, that's going to break the game.
Yeah, Jinzo would have been good as well. It depends on what I guess, like, if the other set is... If it's like Tomato, then that's not very good. Well, he had enough life points to give, I think. He probably would have just solemned the Jinzo anyway.
Yeah, that's what you would have to do: solemn the Jinzo, and then Heavy Storm, and then Magic Jammer the Heavy Storm.
Yeah, it was the same play regardless.
Yeah, it would have been the same play, just different order.
What an old school win right there.
Magic Jammer's great.
Opting to play Magic Gem with more versatility as opposed to Curse of Royal, which has no cost to it, but a little bit harder to activate.
Curse of
Curse
Royal,
of
however,
Royal.
Curse of the Royal, however, can negate Solemn Judgment for free.
That it can.
All right, well, game 3 here. Let's see if Lucas adapted to the strategy or how nerdy sided it out. Pot of Greed's always pretty good to see in your opening hand. Take you up to 7 cards.
I mean, Mobius still in his own right is still a good card, even if he did side out the burn.
Yeah, maybe he has stuff like Death Wombat. Hallowed Life Barrier.
What's great about doing the side decking like this, though, is that even if, no matter what he put in right now, Lucas has to just kind of assume the burn cards are in, or go for like a super hard read that he didn't put them back in, and it's gonna just make a mess of his deck no matter what. Like, great, Mobius is a decent card no matter what, but now your deck is not optimized as it would be.
That's just the nature of side decking. However, you have to take away a little bit of consistency for some versatility and coverage. I mean, that's just how it is.
Here's the Wave Mo again after another T. Clock has started. Will it favor El Nerdy once more?
In the last game that we saw, that other set card that accompanied it was a Solemn Judgment. I wonder if that's the same thing again to this game.
Chico's going to flip, going to draw Lucas another card. Lucas has a lot to work with here.
Do you think that could be another Stealth Bird set?
If he attacks it, it puts Stealth Bird in an awkward spot because he needs to have something to follow up with Stealth Bird so that he can protect it, like if it's just stuck in attack position. So it's not actually bad to attack it here. Even though you're not clearing it, you're putting it in a position where it can be cleared later down the line.
Yeah, you'd rather take 300 than 1,000.
Yeah, but he's going to sack for a Thunder Dragon. That's fine. That turns on your Chaos. And here's the Metamorph again. Is he going to go for Balter this time or Fiend Skull? I would guess Fiend Skull because it put in work last game, it seemed like.
However, if he goes Fiend Skull at this point, it's going to turn off all his own flip effects, so I think you go Balter.
Definitely.
That's
Balter
true.
In this case.
So here's Balter. This also turns off flip effects if it kills it by battle.
So Gravity Bind, not what you want to see.
No, Gravity Bind would be the card to flip in this scenario.
Normal spells are shut off now because of Dark Balter, unless he wants to just let him burn for 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, you could try to activate something, and then if Lucas wants to negate it, he can negate it with Balter's effect.
Potentially Stealth Bird set.
That was my guess.
It's Cyberjar.
Well, things will get crazy if it's Cyberjar.
Just like every normal spell card can kind of turn into a one-sided tremendous fire.
So
which plays to nerdy strategy.
The reigning world champion Rickler was knocked into loser's bracket.
Yeah, pretty early as well.
As was Petran, LeBounty.
So hard to find people in this bracket.
It's so big. I know Swisky was knocked out and then dropped out of the event as well. So right now, the biggest name left on winner's side, I would say, is probably SDL Killa.
Is Delinquent still in winners?
Yes.
He's playing right now.
Ooh, now we have a really shortened clock.
Rickler's and Losers playing as well. Okay.
And Dark
Double
Bolter.
wave mo.
Dark
Yeah,
Bolter could not negate a continuous spell.
that is unfortunate for Dark Bolter.
Ooh.
End phase is going to scapegoat, and then when the scapegoats are summoned, you can torrential tribute. That's going to take care of the 2 face downs here, which are a Gravekeeper Spy and a Mystic Tomato. Pretty good pickup.
Oh, man, and that was a clean turn where Lucas, if he had drawn the Heavy Storm, could have probably blown this game out the water. No
Yeah,
back row set from Nerdy.
There's 3,000 damage on the table, potentially. Next turn will tick up to 5,000. We'll see what Nerdy's got. Doesn't seem like he has any additional back row set, unless he picked some up just now at the graveyard, wondering what he can do.
Now all bets are off
You
on
know-
what those set monsters are.
Lucas has been, I think Burn has been like his opposition. A lot of times he's had to face Burn in tournaments, and it's just been beaten by them. Like, he knows what he has to do versus the deck, but it seems like he's not able to ever capital. Just unlucky for him. But this lunchbox here is going to flip up and try to find a new card for Lucas. 7 cards in hand. One of them's a Thunder Dragon, we know. Still a lot of cards that Lucas can work. Dark Mimic could attack here, potentially. I don't know if that's the best move. He could use a Metamorph to try to take that face down, if he Metamorphs into Thousand Eyes. But that doesn't really solve the issue that's been presented. He's going to try it out here before he does anything else.
Just to at least mitigate whatever damage that Nerdy can throw at us.
That was a Sangan as well that Lucas picked up for the Thousand Eyes. Not what you want to see from Thousand Eyes. Sucking up a monster here. And then set a card back. It's scary now. So that's 5,000 damage between both the wave modes. Next turn it'll go up to 7,000 in both. So any little bit of damage counts.
I wonder if Lucas has the Tsukiyomi here to help move the play forward.
If Tsukiyomi comes down, then Sangan comes out. Like, Sangan will let El Nerdy search for something.
Yeah, and you know, wonder though, is the search really that big a deal at this point in time?
I don't know.
The current
Probably
situation?
it's probably better for Lucas to summon Tsukiyomi, test to see if that back row is something real. Yeah, here it goes. And he's going to flip up like a Deco or another Mimic here to try to draw into the Heavy Storm that he's been looking for.
Then the question becomes, what does Nerdy want to search? And he goes for the Merchant.
Flipping up Gravekeeper Spy instead. Gonna search for another one.
I think it's just deck thinning at this point in time. So he's just trying to dig for whatever outs he
He's
can.
got another turn to work with, unless unless El Nerdy can find 1,000 points of damage somehow. Like, imagine if that's just Ring of Destruction that's face down instead. Lucas just did himself in.
No. Well, you figure he's going to probably fire the 4-counter wave motion, and then next turn he can fire off the next one and make the kill.
He
wants
could
to at
just
least be
do
able to
both
do much more.
here.
Yeah, and if he can put another 1,000 on board, and that would do it.
But how do you do
He's
a
gotta
1,000?
think now.
Yeah, that's the question. It really, what he decides to do with these wave motion cannons, in my mind, kind of dictates the kind of hand he has. I mean,
It's gonna say a lot about what happens next.
it really is. So if he,
I mean-
so like as I said, he's going to send off the 1.
No, yeah, no matter what, no reason not to.
Yep. And then see if he can hold out for another turn to fire off that other one.
I think he just, I don't know. We know he has at least merchant.
He definitely doesn't want to set it though because of
Yeah, you're in the middle of a Suki lock. I think you just
But
hold your breath and see what happens.
Yeah. But he doesn't care if the Suki lock goes through if there's no follow-up.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
So the question is there a follow-up?
You definitely want to put yourself in a position to win here, at the very least.
Because think if he does tribute someone for Mobius and pretend and then actually blows up both cards, at least he has some kind of defense afterwards that he can't use Suku lock.
The 4,000's not irrelevant either. He does play BLS, I would think.
Yeah.
And that's a GG smile from Lucas. I don't know if he drew anything. Oh no.
Oh, he couldn't get the outs. He had no spell
Couldn't
trap
find
removal the
them.
entire game.
Brutal.
He drew a lot of cards too. Even through pot of greeds and Gravekeeper Spies. Just
He thinned the deck with
couldn't find
spies and Thunder Dragons, but yeah.
Yep, he went through almost half his deck to go through it. Couldn't get it, so just unfortunate luck on his part. But I just gotta wonder what that other set card was. I feel like maybe it was a Solemn Judgment or a Magic Jammer, but nonetheless, not enough.
All right, let's hop back in and check on Delinquent and Moxy's as they are on winner's side
uh-oh.
with a
Let's go.
crazy board.
Uh-oh.
Now this is a match I've been looking forward to.
So Moxy's
So
has brought out Last Word for Another Planet with Cyber.
What is in this? Okay, so Delinquent must be siding into the combo with because he's got Strike Ninja in the main. That's interesting. Is this game 1 or game 2?
Not sure.
Rare Metal Dragon.
Oh, why?
That cannot be summoned. There's Jinzo. Rare Metal is actually pretty sick because it's a Dark Strike Ninja in this case. It doesn't get milled, it gets milled off of Reasoning and Monster Gate, so it's just a Dark that goes into the graveyard that isn't Chaos Sorcerer.
Yeah, and can be summoned when Chaos Sorcerer can't be.
Yeah.
After being banished or sent to grave, so.
Yeah.
Cool card. It is. I believe that is from the
movie pack.
The movie pack, right?
It is.
Was the card even in the movie?
No, I don't know. The movie pack was
Familiar Knights was the one that brought it out in the movie.
The movie pack was Familiar Knight was in that one. The pack was the Guardian, the Sphinx Guardians.
Yep.
That card, Penton,
Return from the Different
Dimension. And I remember my grandma got me 3 of the movie packs because she thought that it was different cards in it.
There was different cards in it.
No, it's the same 9 cards in the pack.
Yeah.
No, I know there's only 9 cards, but I don't think you get all of them in one pack, dude.
No, you get all of them.
No, you get all of them. It was all a set pack. But you were happy to get 3.
So 3 was great. Yeah, you got a playset of everything.
I was mad because I thought that I wanted to get different cards. I didn't know, but then when I have 3 returned from the different dimensions, I was happy.
Moxy's confused why Rare Metal Dragon wasn't summoned off Reasoning. And
yeah, it's got the same wording as any Chaos monster. It's just so it can't be summoned with Reasoning. So I wonder if Delinquent does the side strategy of if he plays the Dimension Fusion, the FTK game 1, And then game 2 sides into just like a regular gate package, but it looks like it has some different text. And then game 3 maybe sides back in depending on if it wins, because it's much better to do the FTK when you're going first. But Moxy's definitely adapted here. Big issue with Cyberstein in conjunction with is that it eats away your life real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And
typically when you bring out Cyberstein, it's game over. But the fact that he brought out Last Warrior instead,
Last Warrior is really good because it can lock down the game. Because you can only just like set and response, and there's not a lot of stuff that Reasoning Gate decks can really set. The biggest issue is that this particular version of the deck just plays Book of Moon because it's part of the combo.
mm-hmm.
So you just can keep Book of Moons in, and Book of Moon stuff like Kaiko or Jowgen or Last Warrior here that turn your combos off.
And are both players still here, or what's going on?
Moxy says he's thinking. Gonna flip up Blade Knight. Maybe wants to trade in Blade Knight, turn Chaos live. Or he has an Honest in hand.
He's definitely ramming it, and then he can bring out a Chaos Monster afterwards to get rid of the Jinzo.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be the play here.
But he's at 700, so like anything kills him.
Very risky play for sure.
Here's a BLS. That's a good one to have. No lights in the graveyard for Delinquent, so he can't respond with Chaos just yet. But he could do something like Dimension Fusion, summon Cannon, and that's like the game. Oh, Scapegoat summon Toon Cannon.
Ooh.
He has 2 Toon Tables in the grave.
It's possible he just searched it.
Now, 1 Book of Moon could stop this combo as well.
Well, you prio hit one of the tokens. That
Right.
clears some room.
You don't need to clear room, you're just ending the game. But he needs
Yeah,
to,
I mean, but
at
least getting rid of one of the tokens clears some room for you.
If there's a Book of Moon as well,
Yeah.
getting that. So
right.
it's going to call player priority to activate Toon Cannon Soldier. Oh, he does have the Course of Action. Oof.
That's actually worse. Maybe. I have had to use Book of Tayu on my Toon Cannon Soldier to flip it back up after they Book of Moon. So maybe that's better.
Well, Moxy now has to win next turn.
Oh no, Lightning Vortex. So that's going to get rid of the BLS. And yeah, Moxy's just got to find a way.
So he essentially has a 1-turn clock now, knowing that Toon Cannon Soldier can just simply distribute itself.
That's just the problem with cards like Solemn and Cyberstein. They're very good when they're good, but when you get into a situation like this, it's just yikes. The life points cost is just so heavy.
I don't know if Moxy's has it. I don't think he does.
Well, if one of them's Spy and like Premature, oh man, he just sided in like the big boy, just trying to attack it.
Oh,
had the MST, but no.
Not enough.
And Delinquent is gonna move on. It looks like.
The Toon Cannon Soldier. Wow. Oh, the Pot of Greed was the next card, too.
Exciting game.
And we're just going to see what those 2 cards are if Moxy's going to reveal it.
Oh, that was a game 3. Crazy. I really like some of the innovations that Delinquent has here with the rare metal stuff and the strike ninja. It gives a little bit more utility than just a regular like Reasoning Gate package. Interesting stuff he's got going on.
Delinquent noted that he sided in 3 Book of Moons for that game, and it really helped out against that last warrior returning from another planet.
When you see stuff like that, you think that they're on or at least you see one. Usually my sideboard plan is I keep 2 in my main deck when I side out the combo. So when I do see something like that, I'm definitely or if I'm not siding back in the combo. Like if I'm just keeping the reasoning gate stuff in. The only annoying thing about the deck is like you can't really smokescreen into something that doesn't get messed up, like by like reasoning gate counter cards, because like you could potentially side into empty jar, but there's just not enough cards to side out. Like,
we're gonna hop into Rickler's match on loser side versus Jack Colliner.
Tournament life on the line for both these players, but one of them is the reigning world champion.
Yeah, so Rickler does already have an invite for the 2021 World Championship, being the defending champion, but does not have a GFC championship under his belt yet.
I was going to mention that if you didn't. Rickler's the player who was consistently at the top of the Delinquent ladder for 2020 in the GOAT format section. Went on a tear to win the World Championships, but still during the 2020 season just never actually won a major event.
This is going to hurt.
We're going to see tons of damage coming through. It's 11. Oh, geez. Even more. So 11, 41, 50, 7.
He's going to put him at 1,000, and I think there's a Ring of Destruction set to maybe finish off the rest of the damage.
If there's a Ring of Destruction set, jeez. He's already dead.
I mean, that's my call for the reason why he's extending so hard for this.
That or he just says, I don't care, I'm just going to put you at 1,000.
Well, he knows 2 of these cards are Thunder Dragon, so he's playing against 4 cards here.
Here's Breaker the Magical Warrior. Going to try to clear something out of the way. Hold.
Haha, I called it.
Rickler ring his own monster again, I guess.
Nah, it doesn't really matter here because he doesn't have a book, so you're just gone.
You definitely want to do it on the Breaker in case he does have Book of Moon, then at least that's a normal summon and that's it.
Yeah, true. But opponent already said GG. Still had a snatch deal. Still had all these. Wasn't enough, though.
Wasn't enough.
And great call by Gate Guardian of that board equaling a Ring of Destruction.
Yeah. So Rickler's going to move on. Maybe this will be the tournament. He'll go back-to-back in tournament wins. Still alive.
Maybe a slight rusty in GOAT format, but I'm not devoid of it. I could still make some calls here and there.
No one said you were. Great call.
All right, so who is playing still? We are almost through on winner's side.
I'm going to be right back while you guys find another game.
Yeah. Kind of bounce back off with you, Skully. It's the diversity of these decks has been nothing short of fantastic to see. Like we mentioned this on my podcast last week when we recorded. And, the hindsight of, 15 years of, GOAT format back then when it was just nothing but it was just chaos mirrors all over the place, utilizing scapegoats. And now that we're seeing like a whole plethora of decks, we've barely seen any mirror matches today so far.
Yeah, no, surprisingly. I thought we'd see a lot more warrior mirrors and a lot more chaos mirrors, but it hasn't really come up yet. So we're going to hop into Petran XP's match.
So you could definitely see that, like, also a diverse number of decks that are making the top tables as well that are still in winners are still out there right now. So a great way to see this kind of GOAT format tournament just kind of take off, and it keeps it interesting for the fans and for us to watch.
I didn't expect to see a rare metal dragon this deep into the tournament.
I didn't expect to see a limiter removal come up here. What's going on?
So we are on loser's side now. Petran had a great season last year. I believe won an FLC and then placed like second place from no showing the finals of another FLC or GFC. I get them all a little mixed up in my head. He did some back-to-back shenanigans though, and has been a top luxury player as well.
I think his greatest achievement was knocking myself out of World Championships. Thanks for that.
So, limiter removal here.
I remember when I first started in 2004, limiter removal was one of those cards that kind of like shifted on and off from like being 1 to like 2 to 3 from the ban list. It was just
is
weird
a crazy card.
It is.
Just win you the game for no reason sometimes.
It really can steal games.
So Hackbird lost round 1 and then managed to win the next 3 rounds in a row to get here against Petranx.
Jeez. Probably because he flipped limiter removal a bunch of times. I'm guessing this is some kind of return for the different dimension deck? With that or a dimension fusion with like limit stuff?
I think it's closer to just straight up machines from when I looked at it when they were submitted.
Ooh, do we have a mechanical chaser?
I believe we do. I'm
Let's
not positive, but I think that's the type of deck we're looking at. Which at the 2005 Nationals, it did not top this machine deck, but it did go on a tear and was a deck that people were very afraid of because limiter removal can just play 2 of them, stack them in one battle, and all of a sudden the game's over.
That's X-Head Cannon.
Great stats on these machine monsters. 18 by 15, solid.
Not all of them have really good effects, but I mean, that's solid stats. You're right. Great attribute as well.
Not enough to take down the spy, however, but these cards came out in Magician's Force.
You guys experimented at all with the XYZ deck?
I've seen like Ross use it with like Dimension Fusion because they all banish themselves to summon the bigger fusions. Then you could just
I've done that.
And summon more. Pretty cool.
Got a video of me doing that, so just wanted to see if you guys ever tried it out. It is a lot of fun when it happens, but really difficult to set up, as you imagine.
Never in a professional format for me. I played it when I was a noob, and I was terrible in my first year of playing the game. Then yeah, sure, but nothing of like excellent real strategy behind it.
The cards are good. Like being able to contact fuse with them, and like just getting even like a little one on is not bad.
Yeah, and then getting XYZ Dragon Cannon on board with the Night Assailant loop was just deadly to go against.
Oh yeah. Premature on Jinzo. No response here from Petran.
I don't see any clear path to victory for Hackbird yet, though.
No, I mean, but we've been seeing a lot of Jinzo this tournament.
Yeah, way more than I expected. 1 is more than I expect, so this is what, the 3rd time we've seen it?
I mean, granted, some of them were in like Reasoning Gate style decks, but even in this guy's deck, it's just like coming out just as a regular normal summon. And it's a very strong card, I think, in the format. It was underrated.
Well, when the traps start becoming the out to the monsters as Regeki Break gets more popular, that it is a nice like just turn off everything card once it's on the board.
While also having like added pressure of just being a monster with stats.
Yeah, like we've seen Chaos Sorcerer get more popular, but we've also seen Tribe get less popular.
Which is weird since Tribe beat Sorcerer later down the line.
And Tsukiyomi we've seen get less popular too, so those are some cards that kind of beat on Jinzo a bit. Although the Triple Book of Moon's become pretty meta, and that's no good for Jinzo either.
True.
I can't say enough good things about Book of Moon. One of my favorite cards back in the day. That's always a good feeling too to get back Pot of Greed with Magician of Faith.
Pot of Greed is pretty poggers, as the kids would say.
So a good board for Hackbird, but also a fragile board. Petran's
I can
really
smell.
one of the first players to go on like a full-blown tear with the Chaos Turbo deck.
Why do I smell a graceful charity right now? Nope.
It's not gonna do anything. Just gonna pot of greed, step back.
Still on the defense here. We've kind of seen this a few times today now where like the graveyard's loaded and the player just isn't drawing the Chaos Monster. Yeah, that was honestly, a pretty bad turn for Peachunks there after going Thunder Dragon Pot of Greed. Now in a position where some liver removals could end this game, but maybe not quite yet. One thing of limit removal going to one, I remember during like Machina's, it was a good card, but it was limited, and a card no one was really playing at the time was Magician of Faith. So being able to flip over Magician and play 2 limiters in one turn is something you can do in GOAT format.
We'll see if that maybe he tries it with the set card here. He just like flips a Magician of Faith and I don't know, clears the back, like just clears through the monsters here.
Now, it is still possible that that card can be Dekoichi despite the Nobleman cross up because he could have had 2 Dekoichis in hand.
Yeah, he
Sorry,
only
1
banished the
Dekoichi in
2.
hand. Yeah. So that would also be a pretty decent card to have set for Hack's side, especially if he tries to go for the limiter removal push. But again, it all depends on what he can do to kind of clear the board.
We do have some metagame style deck coverage for this tournament on goatformat.com. If you guys like to check that out, we have a profile for a zombie deck right now, I believe.
Ooh, Skull Servant zombie deck. Full deck list is going to be up after the tournament is over.
Nugget Garden, you wrote for metagame a few times?
Yes, I did. I was a writer for a metagame for a couple times. I've done some future match coverage with Jason Grabber-Meyer, and I wrote an article here or two for them. So I've had my fair share of work doing metagame.com. Great site way back in the day. There was so much creative control that was given to Jason Grabber-Meyer. It was just always fun to read every single Shonen Jump championship that happened. That would just be my day. I would just sit at my computer and just go on it, just go on the Pojo forums, which I used to be a mod way back when as well. Just sit back and just type it all day and check the coverage out.
Oh yeah, it was a blast. Long before streaming, you were still able to
Speaking of
follow
Magician of Faith.
Yeah.
So that's what it was.
Oh my. Magician of Faith has a decision to get liver removal or premature burial.
Also, shout out to Jason, by the way, because he's just a legend.
Oh yeah, love Jason.
And
I can't say enough good things about that guy.
And to Spooky for writing the article that was just posted.
Yeah, that as well.
Yeah,
Spooky's doing great work over.
I don't think I've ever heard a bad word about Jason from anyone over the years.
I've never met him, but as a kid, like trying to get into Yu-Gi-Oh, just like reading his articles, just even like the metagame write-ups on stuff. Helped me out a ton.
Have you talked to him about getting him onto the Gay Expectations podcast?
I have, and he's not one for he did decline, unfortunately. However, he has. I know. I would have loved to have had them. He did unfortunately decline, but because I know he's a very private person. I know him.
Yeah.
We've hung out several times before on a personal level, like him and I just going out together. But he is working on trying to get me onto tcgplayer.com, my podcast on it. So that's definitely something to get affiliated with it.
He still writes for them.
Yes, he does. He's been writing for them for quite a long time. So I mean, good for that guy. Just. Again, he's a wonderful human being to be around. I love that guy, and I can't wait to see him again once the pandemic is over. It's because he only lives about 2.5 hours away from where I live, so it's not far to go drive and go see him.
That is heartbreaking that he doesn't want to be on it. I would have loved to hear that.
Yeah, I definitely
but understandable.
Yeah.
So set an additional monster here on Hack's turn. After you picked up the Magician of Fate, MST the back row. Did he MST the back row? Who's that there?
This spy in attack mode could be very dangerous.
Yep.
Oh no, he picked up Premature. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he took Premature, and the card next to X Head is the book Benzo. Yep.
And then he has another monster down already.
Yeah. So you can imagine the first thing he's going to flip is that Jinzo.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, flip Jinzo, flip another Magician, get back Limiter, play Limiter from hand.
That would be absolutely nuts if that play went off. For double Limiter. Well, but let's see what happens.
I would assume Hackbird also plays at least a Blackluster Soldier.
Yeah, with all the light and darks that are in there, yeah, it's definitely
Well, he only has a light in the graveyard right now.
Yeah, there's no reason not to.
No, I'm gonna cross out. Taking a Magician of Faith, great card to
Hackbird
get rid
is not
here.
removing any Magician of Faiths, so...
Uh-oh. Is that another one set? Get back the Limiter?
Okay, he's in the deck now.
Well, if he removes one, there's still the possibility of the third.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I mean, I don't think he's got the third.
Yeah, I don't think this deck could play 3.
I would be flabbergasted if this happens, but I don't think that's game though. That's only 48 and 36. It's not enough, right? Unless he's got an additional monster to punch through the Gravekeeper Spy.
Yeah, wouldn't.
Normal summon Deco. He could just have another limiter.
It's also about that back row too. If that happens to be a Book of Moon, that's going to mitigate a ton of damage because he can just play it on the spy and basically just wall out 2 attacks.
Yeah, if he attacks with the X-Head cannon first, then he's gonna at least be able to deal 200 and then keep a spy as well. Because the Jinzo will have to attack the next one. Well,
I would definitely attack with the Jinzo first and then see if there was a response of Book of Moon. And then if not, and go in damage calculation, play the limiter removal.
I would do that too. I'm saying if Hack doesn't do that though.
Yeah.
So what do we think this set card is? The set monster?
It could be a Deco? I mean, maybe it is the third Magician.
Dekochis did get Nobleman as well, so it's possible, but it's not likely.
Yeah, although only 2 Dekoichis on Hack's end got banished as opposed to 3, so he could have had another one in hand already when that happened. But
what if it's just like Morphing Jar?
Morphing Jar? Man, that's possible.
That'd be crazy.
But Hack is taking quite some time to really think about his play. And Tran's now giving him a prod, say, all right, we need to get moving here.
Yeah, I do have to remember we have players playing on it. Is the Magician.
It's the third Magician!
Wow. we do have players playing on different time zones. Man, I can't believe this deck runs 3 Magician of Faith.
It is something though that's okay, he's gonna get back Limiter. He could have got back MST, used it main phase to try to pick off if that is Book of Moon.
So there's that Sangan that's going to help offset the rest of that damage.
It's not going to be enough to just kill outright.
Yeah, I think he's holding the limiter here.
Yeah, limiter probably is still the best pickup. If that is Book of Moon, regardless.
Yeah.
Just because you can have it for later. You don't need to use it right away.
Yeah. But if it isn't Book of Moon, this will be game over. So I definitely be attacking with Jinzo and then seeing what the reaction is on Tran here. If he's going to opt to play the Book of Moon on the Gravekeeper Spy. Assuming that is, because I'm... because that's the only real card that can stop this onslaught.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Hackbird is just still not sure what to do.
Because at least if you attack with Jinzo and he doesn't play Book of Moon, and then
this is what I was talking about. Yeah.
There it is.
I had a feeling he was just going to do it because.
See, now this is what I don't like, because now that thing is not going to be taken down, and you're going to take some battle damage on top of it. As opposed to if you attack with Jinzo, then at least the spy will go down, and you don't have to make the decision of wasting your limiter if you don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
There is also the possibility if he attacked with the Jinzo that he just booked the Jinzo, and then it would have left him
open to traps.
Yeah, I mean he also could have let him attack the Jinzo, let him play the limiter, and then just booked the X-Head cannon, let the Jinzo die to the limiter.
But now,
there was options.
This is and there's no follow here. This is an awesome spot for Hack, because he has small critters up with Sangan and Magician of Faith. If BLS is in Petran's hand, I mean it'd just be over. This Snatch Deal is gonna take control of Jinzo.
Yep.
But Sinister Serp is gonna come down. Okay, so that could trade with the.
Yeah, so again, not the strongest possible play here. Gonna clear off the machines at least. And still no darks for Hackbird either.
And Hack doesn't have the Mystical Space Typhoon either. Picked up the limiter instead. So he's not going to be able to take back Jinzo right away, unless he just draws Heavy Storm. I guess Breaker could do it as well.
It's a good question now. Now he's going to have to contend with this board. We know he's got the limiter removal, but that's the only card we know that he's got.
Limiter removal, it's like a good battle trick, but it comes at a cost, right? Like you're not winning the game, you're losing all your monsters that are machines. So not very good in this spot.
Yeah, that Book of Moon was rough. There wasn't a lot of cards that Petran's could have had there, but that was one of them.
Which is maybe why you saw Gravekeeper Spy get so aggressive. I mean, typically you don't put a spy in attack one unless you have some kind of backup, which Book of Moon is typically the backup card for it.
Right, and Petran knew that he had the Jinzo set, so even doing that move is kind of a pretty good bluff if you didn't have the Book of Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Suki gonna drop down. What is he gonna set?
I would definitely set the Sangan. You don't want to set the Jinzo and permanently give control of it. And obviously you don't want to do the spy either to trigger it. Even though both spies are in the graveyard, so it's not going to matter that much, but
so
still,
I guess the spy then. I mean, Petran, however, though, has sided Gravekeeper's Guard in the past.
Yeah. And that's the question: is you have guard, and if you decide to do your own Sangan, well, then do you risk getting hit with a Nobleman of Crossing?
He already used one Nobleman on Petran's side.
Mm-hmm.
It's risky.
And it really is. Because there's negative connotations for any target that you choose. That's a matter of if Petran has guard.
So decided to go with Gravekeeper Spy. I guess if he had Chaos Sorcerer as well, he would just main phase summoned it. Got rid of the Sangan right away.
So 2 set monsters to deal with. Jinzo.
One of them's Spy, one of them's Unknown.
He does
could be
potentially
potential fourth Gravekeeper, sorry.
BLS now live for Hackbird.
That BLS would be game if he has it, and assuming both monsters set can also like wipe out the rest of the damage.
Well, he would have to get the Jinzo back too, right? What are you thinking?
Oh, if he had to give the Jinzo back, no. If he has BLS, he can just double swing that 54, and then add the spy would be 60. 68, and then depending on the other monster, which I assume has more than 2 attack.
You meant for Petran's, gotcha. I meant
yeah.
Oh,
for Petran, yeah.
Hackbird's BLS is now live.
I don't see a way Hackbird is going to be able to OTK here.
Oh, really? You don't see a way?
Never mind. Pretend I didn't say that. Pretend I said, yeah, he's just going to draw Cyber Sign.
Now, who is coming out?
Probably a machine monster with 2600 attack.
I would think so.
I would be willing to bet.
Gatling could be a thing.
Oh my god. And if he gets it, he's got Premature and Limiter in his hand.
Yes, he does. You are right.
So he's got to hit like... That down card's got to be like exactly Regeki Break or Book of Moon. So he's got 2 potential outs here, depending on the Gatling and how it resolves.
And Tran's already blown through 2 Book of Moons already. So here's the Gatling. We've already seen this card have some incredible luck on both sides of the coin. No pun intended.
And we do have winners finals after this, I believe. No, winners semis. We have one that's ready.
Winners semis. It looks like so far it's going to be SDL, Killa, and Alpha 2. Alpha actually beat Delinquent, knocking them down to losers. And then on the other side, we're Twisted Fate is in semis, waiting on a lot of stuff that happened.
Why is he thinking he needs to flip all the coins?
Yeah. Tails. Needs like one more here. Heads. Okay, so it's Jinzo and the Spy.
Do you kill the spy or do you kill the mystery card?
I think you kill the Spy. No, see, because he knew it was. Because can't you like do limiter in the damage step before you after the flip?
Yeah, you can.
So if he attacks with Cyberstein, if it's something bigger than 700, he can bigger than 14.
Smaller than 14.
If it's smaller than 14, yeah. You can just Cyberstein or limiter and then do that. Yeah, this way, the Spy not resolving, it doesn't find a 4th Gravekeeper if there is one.
Which they're very
It's likely.
He's gambling that there's no 4th Gravekeeper, because if the case, he can swing over this with Jinzo without having to use limiter removal, and then swing with the rest for game with the limiter.
14 and 52 is okay. Yeah, that is still enough for game.
Yeah, so, and he's got to turn that Senga into attack mode as well. But yes, that'll be 70. That'll be enough damage if.
But Petran hasn't conceded yet, so
he plays guard in the side. I've seen it.
That's what I'm saying. I think you should have hit the Spy. I think it just should have been you.
It also could have been like a Tsukiyomi that was set too. Would have.
Yeah, you're getting in there with.
No, I'm saying the Sinister could have been a Tsukiyomi.
That's true. I still think you get rid of the Spy though.
The third book.
Jeez, third book. My. You're no fun, Petran.
Game is still not over. Although
This has been a long grind.
Hackbird seems to be shocked.
And that premature falls off because it's got Book of Moon. So it didn't have the third one.
And this limited
But
removal will remain in probably Hackbird's hand still.
But if you do my play instead, you can conserve it. Or at least, I mean, like, you have to do it, but you get at least, like, 56 in.
I think his play was better because he knew that was spy. He knew it was game on board. If it was the chance of the guard versus the chance of what if that set monster was a guard even? Like, there's just as much chance of that. He didn't flip over the spy last turn when he could have to grab the guard.
It was definitely a tough decision for sure, but this is going to break it.
Wait a minute. 1452?
15, right?
That is 16. And he didn't set the limiter removal either.
Ooh.
Yeah, what? Why would you just set it?
He didn't want it to get destroyed.
He didn't want to get destroyed, but no, that's going to cost him.
Wait, was he at 7,000?
You know, I think that was game one, yeah.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Was Petran at 7,000 that game?
Yes.
What was he at?
Well, he was, yes. And
At the start of that
Book
turn.
of Moons. The Book of Moons just saved him from an onslaught.
The Book of Moon, then the Book of Moon. And
Okay, the Book of Moon, and then, okay. Well, book the Jinzo.
3 times.
Then he had to attack it. Okay. I was just trying to think, like, what happened there?
He booked the Jinzo 3 times, I believe.
Absolutely amazing.
It would have worked out better if you did my play, though. If he killed the spot in the Jinzo.
So, some quick side ducking.
Very quick.
We're just going to start off with Sanguine and then a back row. Breaker coming down for Petran. Pick up whatever this face down may be. Torrential Tribute in response, right? Sanguine's going to be able to go grab something.
Very classic play there.
Apparently not classic enough since we saw it not get read earlier today. Oh boy.
Oh, he's trying to
Here
hit
it
hard
is.
already.
The pressure is just on.
Now, is there a Heavy Storm or True Nade involved here?
This hack guy's got to speed up a little bit.
Yeah, the chats on both ends are getting a little frustrated on Hack's play here, just because it's taken a long time. And we can only say so much before Hack can make another play.
I gave him a casual warning. I'm gonna have to give him an official one if it continues.
I understand, like, nervousness and stuff, and obviously you don't want to make, like, a mistake in a tournament. But this format's relatively slow. There aren't that many decisions that you can make.
Particularly with this machine deck, but
yeah, it really shouldn't be taking this long of turns to go through. Reasonable pace is what we're looking for here.
So with the Setsukiyomi, kind of tells that there's not a whole lot of other monsters.
He doesn't have much
Hack
going
has.
on.
Yeah, we know he has the Cyberstein.
We know he's got a Tsukiyomi.
But of course, you don't want to throw a Cyberstein into the fire like that with two back rows waiting for him. And knowing with Tran's luck with the Book of Moons, that could be scaring off Hack to maybe doing anything else.
Gonna set another one here. Doesn't have a nobleman to clear the Mystic Tomato. I don't know if he'd want to. I mean, he doesn't. If he wasn't gonna Cyberstein, he probably doesn't have any way to clear those back rows. And if there's a Regeki break anywhere, whose swords are revealing like, hey, Skully was saying earlier, it's gonna buy Hack some time, potentially. If there's something like Regeki break in the back row for Petran, he could just use those once he draws something like Thunder Dragon and clear the board.
And he knows that Breaker is gone now too, so that swords is probably going to stay up, and Tran's not going to be using a heavy storm on that unless he has game.
That's a first turn for swords.
Well, Hack just stay patient here and just wait it out. Just to get what he needs.
That gives your opponent time to do something as well. Like draw into an out. But if you don't have anything else to do, I mean, there's not much you can do, right?
Yeah, there really isn't much for Hack to do right now, unless he's got something else.
Yummy. That should reset the tomato. Maybe Nobleman finally. There we go. Try to poke in.
Yeah, I think Hack is just doing that just to start baiting out some back rows or just apply some kind of pressure on Tran here.
Right.
Just so maybe we clear the way.
Oh. Never mind. There's Jinzo.
I was going to say either way, it's nice to get rid of a card or deal damage. But Jinzo even better.
Jinzo with swords protection.
Even if I had Book of Moon here, I probably wouldn't play it and just take the hit. I don't want to give off that, give away that Book of Moon is present for Tran. So that way, Hack might decide to take a risk.
Very possible that Hack has like a giant Trunade to combo with his swords here as well.
Well, there's Book of Moon right now. I feel like that's preemptively going to get like Nobleman, maybe?
Likely a cross out here.
Okay.
Set a third one. Second turn of swords. See if that giant Trunade is in the hand. If he's got giant Trunade and Inhibitor, I mean, that's a big game. Unless something crazy happens on Petran's end, like he's got Scapegoat.
Now, if Hack does have the Trunade, would it be wise for Tran to MST the swords?
Or Regeki break? I mean, he could just be dead either way, so if he's not dead in that case, then yeah, then that allows him to have some ability to like attack his opponent's life.
Yeah,
well, he just unlocked his Regeki breaks that he may have down with the Thunder Dragon. And he's got the light in the graveyard now. So Chaos is live.
Well, there's that Regeki break you've been talking about.
Yep. He always has it. I've never seen Petran come without Regeki break.
Ooh, good call.
Yeah, always want to hit that first. Swords is done now. Doesn't have to use it because he didn't have a push.
We have seen Petran also use Wing Blast with the triple Regeki break in the past.
True.
So we know Cyberstein in hand. He does have enough life points to summon it with like a Ryu Senshi if he has like a Chaos Monster to put next to it or another machine.
He does have Chaos live.
But how much fear does Hack have of Book of Moon, even though there's already one engraved?
Probably none since he has Heavy Storm.
None now. So we got Stein ready to go. Limiter
I
removal
feel like
per
that
game?
card's coming down.
So not seen often, but has been seen in these tournaments is Karibo. One of the few hand traps in GOAT format.
Karibo's one of my favorites for like the year after GOAT because it's more likely you're going to be running into stuff like Cyber Twin Dragon or Cyber End, where it definitely will come up more.
Yeah, if you're I've got to the finals of a Cybernetic Revolution GOAT format tournament, and I lost to main deck Karibos.
Yep.
It was a very
City's going
popular
up for
card.
my favorite, King Dragoon.
Which is not enough to end the game, so no limiter.
Not enough to end the game, but is really good versus
It's really
any
good.
Chaos deck.
It's really good when you just Heavy Storm, Torrential Tribute, and Mirror Force.
Oh, that too.
Just no limiter.
Yeah, I mean, that says there's no limiter. We just threw it out there. Didn't attack. I mean, there's no Karibo, so. What, does he have another Chaos Sorcerer?
I mean, that's all he would need, right? Is you
Or
could have
Or
BLS.
BLS.
Yeah.
Dimension Fusion? I don't think so.
I don't think Dimension Fusion's correct here, even if you have.
Because that would bring back the tomato as well.
Yep. Unless you like.
Now, Chaos is what would be huge for Petran to get out of this spot. With BLS only, though.
What's the card that gains you 1,000 life points? The spell card?
DN Keto, the Cure Master?
Yeah, if he had triple D and Keto. Bring himself back up to 6,000 and then Cyberstein again for another card.
So what I've seen happen is when people try to bring in Cyberstein and like turn one King Dragoon against this Chaos deck, because it has so few outs of King Dragoon, I've had it get mind controlled, and then they summon their own fusion.
Well, there's Spirit Reaper.
Oh, there's a card we haven't seen today.
That's a nice tech.
So how do you get out of this spot for either player?
Well, I'm putting my Cyberstein in defense mode as soon as possible.
Definitely a chaos monster on each end here.
He did not put the Stein in
A
defense
BLS.
mode. You're gonna have to check that one up to nerves, huh? Unless he's trying to bait him just to attack it with something, then he could attack that and limiter remove it.
I mean, it didn't set a card, so like.
No, you get him to attack, then next turn you limit remove your monster with whatever he attacked. But by putting in attack mode, you now lose to BLS.
Yeah, that's why I would put it in defense.
So the thing is that jitters or is that bait in this situation is what Skully's trying to get at here with Cyberstein not being in defense mode.
Could be either.
Very gutsy if it was a predetermined decision.
Well, BLS is the only card that could do this.
Mm-hmm.
That could make that end there. Where if he already has a limiter in his hand, and a machine to go with it, I guess, they could...
Snatch Steal on the Cyberstein can't activate the effect, but can tribute it off later.
I can imagine that that's what it's for.
He's gonna just he's just gonna do it because he's got the
Zaborg!
Ooh.
And that could trade just by battle with the King Dragon, and then he can switch to Spirit Reaper attack mode. This is 2006.
Yes, you can.
Wow. Did not see an out to this coming.
Big trade-off.
No idea he was on this stuff. Crazy.
And how much do we want to bet that there is a Book of Moon that's protecting the Spirit Reaper right now?
I'm not putting any
Or
more
it could be
money
a
up on
trap
that
card.
one.
Yeah. I mean, how many times have I seen on the forums if
He's
Book
still
of Moon
got a Thunder
targets-
Dragon in the hand, so it could be like the second.
Yeah. Are these going for the old school way of discarding? I'm just going to pick a card rather than rolling a die.
Yeah,
which
your
is,
hand is randomized every time you play a card, so unless
Oh,
something
and he hit
is
the
added to
premature.
it,
Could that have got back
Oh.
anything good? No, couldn't have got back to King Dragon.
no,
that's a big
nothing.
hit.
Pack needs like X headcanon limiter.
The Kochi limiter would be enough.
The Kochi as well, yeah.
So it would. But
If there's no Book of Moon.
if you do some of the Nikochi, that is a big tip off of the limiter in the hand.
So then he's just gonna set his whole hand.
Heavy Storm not yet played by Petran. Do you summon the Thunder Dragon?
There's the pro Storm.
Professional Heavy Storm. Wow.
Oh, he had the
Slashsteel,
Reaper
meta,
out too.
and duo. The problem is that it wouldn't have done much for him even if he just outed it. I guess like it puts him just on Thunder Dragon in the hand. Could have kept the other cards. Maybe he is able to duo later down the line.
Did you just draw an extra card?
He did.
I think he drew for turn and then hit end turn button. I don't think that was intentional.
I don't think so either, because it went very fast.
Yeah.
You know, I think I would have summoned the Thunder Dragon.
Yeah, close the game out quicker.
Yep.
Just
Well, now
for
he's got a new set card.
That's going to get the card in hand and on the field.
Ring of Destruction, okay. 300. That's Gravekeeper Spy face down then. Cool.
That'll do it.
Oh man.
Wow, Petran battling back. The back
How-
of Zaborg the Thunder Monarch.
Yeah, how Tran was able to fight through this. That was fantastic dueling by him. And it looks like he was dead to rights so many times in the last game and was able to fight through here and just survive the onslaught of Hack. Like, what a game that Tran played here.
People have been sleeping on some of these cards. Borg and Spirit Reaper, I mean, showed off there why they're good. No respect. Where you want to go? Do you want to hop into STL Killer's game?
Yeah, let's do it. Quarter.
Winner's quarters.
Winners quarters.
We missed a DD Designator.
And I believe we have Cameron
did.
in the chat now.
What's up?
Nice of you to join us, Cam.
Thank you. So you got Warriors versus Reasoning Gate.
Yeah, SDL usually plays some kind of warrior deck last time I checked. DD Designator, though, that's a card that I wasn't expecting to see.
And it looks like he nailed Dimension Fusion with that too.
From
Yeah,
what I'm
that's even
reading
stronger
here,
versus this deck.
From what I'm
There's
reading
no
here,
way
it
to get-
sounds like Dimension Fusion there's two of them in the hands because he saw one off. Like he DD Designated for it, and then they were asking if it hits both, but it doesn't. It only hits the one. Premature though from Alf trying to get back presumably Demock, but just going to be hit with a Solemn Judgment. Do you know what? I assume this is game 2, right? Because I don't think you main deck DD Designator. There are latent darks in the graveyard. Alf here, if he does have a chaos, he could get rid of Crane, Demock, and then Dimension Fusion them all back. And pretty sure that's game on board.
Well, BLS would be game, so I presume he doesn't have that already.
Yeah. Steady's gonna Sacred or Monster Gate here on Sacred Crane.
And Night Parshath, where have we seen this
But
before?
But it's Big Blade Knight. He can't get over.
That is true. But does the left know that?
Well, SDL knows the hand, so it's Metamorphosis. Is there anything that's 5 that's like 2100 or bigger?
Not in GOAT.
But yeah, it's Book of Moon.
That's gonna work.
Man, Book of Moon. So crazy. With the Air Knight as well, just place the card. So now we know the hand is Meta, Dimension Fusion, and then card. I'm looking at the extra deck, seeing what he could pick up. You could make like Reaper. That way, like your guy can't get run over. I guess Valter is a good one as well.
Just to stop the spells too.
Yeah, any kind of weird spell that might be able to get him back into the game.
And also stops that set monster if it is a flip effect.
Mm-hmm. I was just looking for a way to banish some cards so you can turn that Dimension Fusion on.
Spy would be optimal here in this case, but in the Royal Toolbox, I don't know if they play Spy or not.
There's a reasoning. What are the potential hits here? Either Crane or another Air Knight or Jinzo.
4 or 6, I would say.
I was gonna say 5. I would have just said 6.
Yeah, 6 would be the threat.
Unless, I mean, that might tell that this is something that's not like Spy.
It could be if it's a Spirit Reaper, then
Rare Metal, another Rare Metal sighting.
Yep. If it's a Spirit Reaper, then they don't want to get hit by a
there it
Parshath.
is.
So maybe that call isn't a Spy after all.
He might only be playing 1 Parshath too.
I'm not sure why you would play 2. Oh, it's just a Kaiku.
Well, there's a Light and Dark in SDL's graveyard. Could potentially see a Chaos Monster come down. Yup.
Yep. But is it BLS?
And we know both of these cards, or one of them is unknown. The other one's Dimension Fusion.
Yeah. And that was the dark that he needed to get in the grave.
Oh, it's Chaos Sorcerer. Okay. Chaos Sorcerer and a set monster here. Still a precarious spot. Alf's just looking at the graveyard. Did he draw it? He did draw Chaos.
Oh, he's got one of his own.
This is game over. Yep, just going into game 3.
You didn't even want to see it. What if it was a Chaos Sorcerer? You didn't even want to see it. It's just all right. We're just going in the new game. Not wasting any time.
So what I want to know is a left siding or maining those Book of Moons? Because that's not a pretty common tech in a reasoning main deck. But if he's maining those, that could really put him over an edge, especially against decks where it matters and people would think you're not maining it.
I mean, I would put Book of Moon in my side somewhere if I'm playing reasoning.
It is possible that he's using the exact same build as Delinquent, seeing that Rare Metal Dragon.
That is possible as well.
What a peculiar card to put in your deck, but you just really want to sift through it with Monster Gate and Reasoning. Just add the extra dark in there.
So upstart from SDL into Graceful. Hopefully he tries to pitch a light and dark here.
Tribute monsters I find are always great discards.
I don't know if he's playing any tributes, if it's like Chaos Warrior.
It's a good question.
Unless he's got like Thunder Dragon in the hand, but there goes a Kaiko. Kaiko's not as strong as you'd think.
Oh, so
And
you
a
just kind of
Mobius.
so you just kind of shotgunned it.
Mobius? Why even Mobius? I guess 24 is big enough to like beat over most of the stuff that this deck puts out. There's a Pot of Greed for Alf here. That's not left is how you say that. That's my fault.
Uh-oh, there's two of the Trinity.
What do you guys prefer, the Halo or no Halo art for Graceful?
I'm indifferent, but if I had to choose, I'd probably say the Halo.
I think I put the Halo art in all my decks, but
You guys are weird.
I like how it looks either way. It's a really pretty card art. The real debate is grenades versus flames ring of destruction.
Flames. If you put grenades, I don't know who you are. Like, I'm sorry. You're just weird.
Yeah, I agree. I hate that DB download like defaults to the OCG arts for
A lot. They got rid of a lot of the TC as well. So if it still loads, if like you have it saved from previous iterations, but like you can't find the TCG Graceful Charity on DB anymore. Makes me very upset. As a staunch no Halo player. Reasoning's gonna come out for left. SDL's gonna call 4. Watch this be Jinzo.
I was gonna say I wouldn't want 6 here either, but unless there's a Book of Moon down.
Getting rid of a ton.
every time I play against this deck. When I call 4, they get the Demock, and when I call 8, they get the Crane.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's the middle guy. Air Knight Parshath. Not gonna be able to beat over Breaker right now.
I do not think keeping Upstart Goblin in is correct against this deck.
You can't special summon the Black Monster. It says that. That's the effect of the card.
You can't
Or
normal summon
you
it.
can't normal summon it, my bad.
Yeah.
Reasoning's weird because it says you.
Yeah, you can't special summon monsters that cannot be normal summons. So that's why it'll keep skipping.
Like, a key way to beat this deck is to get them lower life points very quickly. Upstart Goblin is just giving them extra chances to play these brain controls and
Brain
dimension
control.
fusions.
Oh my.
He's forced to use Book on it. That's like one way to do it. But now that unlocks the Air Knight to be able to attack over it. Presumably SDL has another thing to block this year.
Yeah, it's just decided that he'd rather just take out the Book of Moon rather than give him the choice of taking out something else.
Mm-hmm.
But that's going to open up more plays.
Calling 8 here. Watch this be like Brain or. Even if he does hit it, it's a good dark that he's milling. So, I mean, I think that's all 3 dimensions. No, he still got 1 left.
Oh, but he got it.
He still has a Dimension Fusion left, so he has like a Chaos Dimension Fusion. Oh, he doesn't have a light.
Yeah, no light engrave.
So he needs like a meta or something to tribute that off to get the light in the graveyard. That's if he has all these cards that we're speculating.
They always have the meta.
Oh, they always have everything.
I mean, I bet his hand right now is meta heavy BLS Dimension Fusion.
Nah.
Oh.
There's a Sacred Crane instead.
Not quite so strong.
Well, at least this takes care of like if he has an out to just the Air Knight, like if it's something like Saku. It's Mirror Force that sucks, but
Oh,
Yeah, Ring of Destruction. So that's good. He's going to be able to
so
get rid of
that
the
does put
breaker.
him on lights.
Thinking, is he thinking about putting a Book of
Mooning
Moon
is a
on it? I
value.
don't know.
I would just let this go.
I would not do. Yeah,
Okay. Whatever.
because Breaker can. Yeah. Oof.
You're still attacking. I mean, SDL doesn't have a light graveyard. He still has to deal with the face down then.
No.
Pot of Greed's going to
Ooh,
help.
Okay.
That'll help.
I'm just going to comment that Aleph will be up on cards when he draws for his turn. But now, SDL has an extra card to work with.
I think we saw that Book of Moon because Elf's hand was not as strong as we
Oh.
were making it out to be.
Oh
Yeah.
boy, and
Well,
this will be able to
he's got
clear
a
the
set
board.
here. One of them isn't.
It's not Mirror Force.
It's not Mirror Force, so it could be like another book. And what do you target here?
Kaiku's the only logical decision here in
It's
my
so
mind.
awkward because if it is another book, then like he can remove the lights that he gets rid of, keep the darks. He'll have to book a moon on the Kaiko, but this means that his monsters are gone. Or he could book a moon now. Because if you book a moon the Assura Priest now, that means the Air Knight's going away, and he at least gets to keep the. Oh well, it was
There
Ring of
we
Destruction, so never mind. But if you Ring of Destruction the Assura Priest, then he gets to at least keep the Sacred Crane on board.
But then he
Doesn't
cannot
deal with
summon a
the
Chaos
Kaiko.
Monster.
Yeah, it is probably just better to keep to get rid of that Kaiko then.
The Sewer Priest is going to be great pressure though from SDL.
He just Aleph just used a ton of cards there. Imagine if he still had the Book of Moon too.
Still's Premature Burial. Single cards can be blowouts in this matchup.
That's exactly why he took out the Kaiku, so he can do this. But who is coming out?
Big BLS.
Again, Peculiar do this just on an open board with just one back row. But I wonder if that's just all that he has. Oh, there's a Sacred Crane. Never mind.
It's going to be a game in Mirror Force, or. Yep.
Oh my. Yeah, see, I don't know if I would have summoned the BLS just because there are no monsters on board. You're just putting all your eggs in one basket. I would just pressure with the Sacred Crane.
He could have just passed his turn even.
Yeah, that too.
Here's Blade.
Yeah, the good thing about a Warrior matchup is that they can't really kill you in one turn, so. Yeah, outside of some, unless they're on multiple Chaos Sorcerers, but.
Yeah, now Blade Knight and Assura Priest are just going to punch in for a bunch of damage here. That takes Aleph out of Dimension Fusion range, unless SDL decides to grant him an extra 1,000 with ups. And I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Might be looking at a.
Oh?
Oh!
Ooh, that's a big rip off the top. And that can bring back Blackluster Soldier, too.
So
That could bring back Blackluster Soldier. I think you just get Demock, though.
here's a spot where this Premature would have been a dead card if he did not play Upstart Goblin.
Yep.
And what does he get back off of Demock here?
The combo in the True Nade's no good because he's at 600.
He could get Snatch or Graceful.
Doesn't have
I
much
think
left
both
to
of those
draw.
are really strong.
Yeah,
But-
Pot of Greed's also an option.
The best thing he could draw is a Chaos Sorcerer,
Scapegoat if he wants to play defensively.
not against the Sewer Priest.
Yeah, that's true. Oof, so definitely not a good call.
The Book of Moon.
And if he does play Snatch Steal, he knows that Mirror Force is already gone, and the Assure Priest can't contend with that Blade Knight because it'll be at 2,000 when he swipes it.
You either grab Pot of Greed or Book of Moon, I think.
I think I'm getting Pot of Greed if I'm targeting Demock here.
I'd want a little speed. It also depends on what his back row is too. If that can provide any kind of protection as well
Right.
for the demon.
He doesn't have any reasonings left. He doesn't have. He only has one monster gate. You don't really want to monster gate your guy away.
Definitely not.
He also, if he has multiple Book of Moons in the deck, then you definitely want the Pot of Greed.
Yeah, he wants to just draw Book of Moon plus another card.
You could also
Try to
go,
work with that.
You could also
Yeah,
go
because he's only gone through one, so drawing a Book of Moon out of 9 cards is a big thing.
Then
But
he's
going for
going
the
to get
Steal.
Snatch Steal.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He could just put the Snatch down and be like, let's just see if this works, because there's not many other ways for me to kill you, no matter
Yeah,
what.
this is 48.
Third Decree set?
It's possible. It's not. There's no Mirror Force here.
Yep, it's already been burned. And he knows one of the cards in his hand is a Sure Priest, which can't contend with the Blade Knight. Oh.
Sack Armor on Blade Knight. Yeah, I mean, if you have...
That was his light.
Yeah.
So it's all in that back row.
Doesn't matter.
Oh.
It wasn't even real.
And there's the BLS. This is game... I think this was game... Ooh! Never mind. He's got it.
There it is.
That was the game 3.
Great game.
So I believe we'll now have winners finals?
Well, SDL's moving on to winners
Oh, yeah,
finals.
we
We're
are
still
not at winners
waiting
finals
on
yet.
the second winner semis.
I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break, guys. Okay, so we are back. It is PUI versus Big Llama WZ on Dueling Book here. And it looks like... Yeah, I do not know what deck PUI is on, but he's got reloads, drag down, level limit, some sort of FTK deck, most likely. And then probably Warriors for WZ here. We see Magic Jammer, Dust Tornado, Cliff the
Oh, we're
Trap
back in a game?
Remover. Yeah, so this is the other
Cliff
side
the
of
Trap
that bracket
Remover?
there. Yeah, Cliff the Trap Remover. We got I'm guessing he's playing either Jar FTK or something similar on PUI side.
I love a Cliff the Trap Remover, except I have a problem with Cliff the Trap Remover.
Did he remove one of your traps once?
No, it's just he's on the Trap Dust Shoot art, and he's like falling for the Trap Dust Shoot, but he's supposed to be the Trap Remover. So, like, wouldn't he be able to remove the Trap Dust Shoot?
I mean, you know, if you activate the trap, you remove
I mean, if you activate Dust Shoot first and target Dark Scorpion, Cliff the Trap Remover, I guess he will just fall for it, but just another flavor fail to me.